Recording in progress.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We welcome everyone is welcome to this presidential debate and manifesto day, and we'll soon start. We want to have quite a number of candidates, and please, the first two rows on each line is for the candidates. Please, if you're not a candidate, kindly and kindly sit from the third row. The first two rows from each side are for the candidates, please. Thank you so much. The thing is, we have quite a number, so I don't want exactly.
Let me know.
I will. I'll call you. All right.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, learned colleagues and friends. We're starting by 11:30 a.m. So please, let's just settle in. Okay, it's exactly 11:30 a.m. Good morning once again. We apologize for starting late. We deemed it fit to give some more time, some more minutes for the candidates, all the candidates to be present. So I think it's a convenient time for us to start by 11:30. I'd like to call on Alex Odei Esquire to come and lead us in the NBA prayers. Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. May we all rise for the NBA prayer. Almighty God, our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we be seated? The President of the Nigerian Bar Association, ably represented here, the Nigerian Bar Association National Executive Committee members, past presidents, past general secretaries of the Nigerian Bar Association, senior advocates of Nigeria, candidates in the forthcoming 2024 elections, learned seniors, colleagues, friends, and the press. It's indeed my pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the Presidential Debate and Manifesto Day for the NBA 2024 elections, taking place on Saturday, the 20th day of July, 2024. Today's event will afford all the candidates an opportunity to tell or declare to the voters what they want to achieve if elected into office beyond their campaigns. It is more like what I would call the ultimate bucket list. The ultimate bucket list. We must bear in mind that manifestos are an important electoral tool used by parties or candidates to try and win votes at an election. We expect that you will give this opportunity your very best shot. The event is a hybrid event. The virtual platform has a 1,000 member capacity, and we expect as many voters as possible to join and participate in the process. The session will be moderated by Shola Shoyele, who will in a very short time lay out the ground rules. Before she comes on board, please permit me to read her brief bio. Shola is Channels Television's judiciary correspondent and host of Law Weekly program, which takes an in-depth look at legal activities across Nigeria with a special focus on how the law affects both the social and economic fabric of the economy, of the country. The lawyer and journalist is also a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM, an alumni of the School of Media and Communication of the Pan-Atlantic University and a former Assistant General Secretary of the Lawyers in the Media Group of the Nigerian Bar Association, who has covered and reported legal events all around the country and internationally. A multiple award-winning correspondent, Shola was named the TV Presenter of the Year in the 2014 Exquisite Ladies of the Year Awards. In 2016, she was a recipient of the Outstanding 40 Under 40 Awards of the Nigerian Legal Awards, reserved for young legal practitioners whose works are shaping the future of the legal profession. She has also received awards from the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies and the Nigerian Bar Association for her contribution to the growth of the law and the legal profession. In 2019, she bagged 2 awards, one from the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism and the other as the Law Media Personality of the Year in the Esquire Nigerian Legal Awards. In her spare time, Shola does humanitarian work and was the 2012 Business Forum Director of Junior Chamber International JCI Lagos Royal, a group of young people dedicated to creating positive change in their communities. After her tenure as JCI Lagos Royal's Business Director, she received the award of Royal of the Year for her outstanding service to the organization. She is a fellow of the Report Women Leadership Program of the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism, and with the support of the program and Free Press Unlimited, Shola started a leadership and mentorship program with female law students drawn from different levels of the Faculty of Law, UNILAG. She's also a member of the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Response Team, and through her legal program, Law Weekly, she has drawn attention to issues of forced child marriages, gender-based violence, discrimination against women, amongst others. A champion of women and human rights, Shola is a much sought-after speaker and moderator at legal events. Last year, she anchored the only conversation that brought all 3 presidential candidates of the Nigerian Bar Association together on the very topical issue of the welfare of lawyers in Nigeria. At the moderating session on media coverage of virtual court proceedings, prospects, and challenges, Vice President Professor Yemi Osibanjo, SN, described her as the doyen of legal journalism. On and off air, she continues to stimulate and moderate important conversations in the legal community, holding the legal sector and participants in that sector accountable. I present to you Shola Yele. Please come up stage. Thank you. I'll hand over the proceedings of today to her to moderate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Are we tired? We're not responding. It's too early to be tired. My name is Shola Sheyele, as I was introduced earlier. I'm a lawyer and a broadcast journalist with Channels Television, where specifically I work as the judiciary correspondent and deputy news editor. 2 years ago, I moderated the first presidential debate and manifesto day for the 2022 elections. I'm honored to be returning as moderator for the 2024 debates and Manifesto Day, and I thank the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association for inviting me back. Thank you, ECNBA. I'm certain that today's event will be informative and interesting. I dare say that there will be a lot that other professional associations and even the larger society can learn from our debates today. Having said that, I'll be counting on all our support to make this debate a controversy-free and organized one. Please, do I have your support? To make this debate and Manifesto Day a controversy-free one and a well-organized one. And because of that, we have some ground rules. I'm going to go into that later. But to set the tone for this debate today and for the Manifesto Day, please welcome with me our very hardworking and tireless alternate chair of the ECNBA. The committee has done a lot of work putting this together. So please welcome with me the alternate chair, Mr. Abdullahi Yahya, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please keep clapping until he gets here. Please keep clapping.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our candidates who are here, and to all our colleagues who are joining us virtually. My colleague had said we sincerely apologize for starting this program late. The essence was to start by 11 as we promised. But of course, we also had to allow to achieve a critical mass so that those for whom we are organizing this would be present. Now, the essence of this program, much as it is constitutional, is to allow candidates to state to members of this great organization and association what they intend to do, God willing, if voted into office. It will achieve the essence of them making promises to members, and those promises we should be able to hold them to. So on behalf of the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association, I welcome you all to this program. Now, as Shola had said, for this program to be successful, we will have to abide to some ground rules. We hope that we all who are here will make it easy for the anchor to moderate this program, and we will conduct ourselves in a manner that is befitting of members of this great association. We are lawyers. Of course, we have individually persons that we support, but it doesn't detract from the fact that we need to conduct ourselves in a manner that is befitting, and to allow all, including those that we don't support, an opportunity to express themselves in an atmosphere that is free and friendly. We don't get to pelt anybody, we don't get to boo anybody, and people get to speak their minds freely and express the way they feel. So on behalf of the Electoral Committee, once again, I welcome you all to this program, and I wish us an exciting day so we can hear from our candidates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alternate Chair. So we're going to be starting with some ground rules. If the support team can please put it up so that all our candidates and indeed everyone in the room can see it. We'll just quickly go through the ground rules for this presidential debate and candidates manifesto day. Each candidate will speak for 3 minutes each. 3 minutes each. The candidates shall abide by the set time, and we have a timer that will be up on stage to guide all our candidates. As soon as your time is up, you'll be cut off and we won't hear you anymore. So please, let's stick to time. We will not have any nominees or surrogates participate in place of a candidate, so all candidates must be present. And if you're joining us virtually, please be at your seats and ready to talk to us when we're ready to take you. Candidates are not allowed to address each other or interrupt one another, but should speak strictly to the audience about their manifesto and programs and answer the questions put to them. Please, can we have the guidelines up? Yes. Can we have the guidelines up so everyone can see it? So you have it there. The candidates shall abide by the set time. Each candidate has 3 minutes to speak. Candidates should not address or interrupt one another, but speak to the audience. Please, there will be no booing, no heckling, no jeering, no cheering. Supporters of any candidate who does this will be removed from the room. We intend to enforce all of these rules. Candidates and supporters are reminded of prohibited campaign materials, publications, or memorabilia as contained in Notice Number 9, Guideline B, issued by the ECNBA. So there will be no placards, no posters, or any campaign materials to be displayed in the room while the candidates are speaking. The candidates that are joining us virtually should please identify themselves by their known names. Please don't use aliases. We will not be able to identify you if we can see iPhone 10 or Android 5 or Windows 6. So please, let's identify ourselves by our known names so that when it's your turn to speak, we can pull you up to speak to us. If we do not know who you are, we will not be able to take your presentation. Candidates joining us virtually should also test their network, test their audio and their videos. It will be good to see you, so if you can put on your videos for those joining us virtually. If we call on you and you're not available to speak to us, we will move on and we might not be able to go back to take you. Now let's go to the order of presentation. I'm going to call up the NBA representatives on the General Council of the Bar to talk to us first. So if we have any candidates for the General Council of the Bar in the room, please can we come up stage? Candidates for the General Council of the Bar. So do we have candidates for the General Council of the Bar in the room? Any candidates? Okay, so we'll move on. Okay, one is there. Please go up stage. Do we have any more candidates? Online? Do we have any candidates for General Council of the Bar online? One. None. Okay, so the candidates for the General Council of the Bar are largely unopposed. So please tell us your name and take a bow. The candidates for this position is not contested, so please tell us your name and take a bow. Then we move on.
All right. Good morning, distinguished colleagues. My name is Eric Chigozie Ibe, and I've been instructed to take a bow. Thank you.
Okay, that's why I'm announcing the candidates. That's what the candidates.
Maybe they should identify if they are one of the candidates online.
Okay. For the ease of the technical committee, if we call up your office, please raise your hand. Just do the wave online so that we can know that that is the candidate for that office and we can pull you up to speak. So when we call your office, if, for example, you're a candidate for the General Council of Bar, please do the wave online so that we can know that that is the office you're contesting for, because the technical people might not be able to identify you. So for those that are participating virtually, please just do the wave so that we can see you and pull you up. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to candidates for the Assistant Publicity Secretary. Candidates for the for the office of the Assistant Publicity Secretary. Do we have any such candidates in the room? Please come up stage. Assistant Publicity Secretary. Can we have you on stage? Candidates for the office of the Assistant Publicity Secretary. I understand there are 2 candidates. Great, thank you. So you will speak to us for 3 minutes each. Mr. Lawrence Ayawa, you will go first. Please introduce yourself. There will be a timer, and once the 3 minutes is up, then we'll cut you off.
All right.
Are we ready? Is our timer ready? Please introduce yourself and go ahead. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, the distinguished members of the ECNBA, the contestants here present, and dear colleagues. My name is Lawrence Ayewa. I am a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, Udu branch. I was called to bar on the 14th of February 2012. I am glad to be here today and to tell this wonderful house that I am running for the office of the Assistant Publicity Secretary. Publicity is one arm of government that is very important, as it is what helps to brand the association and disseminate information to members of both the association and the general public. And if I have your support, or when I have your support to be voted as Publicity Secretary, I intend to first and foremost work with whoever emerges as the Publicity Secretary, whether he or she, because that is what the Constitution says, to work and assist in disseminating information, and also any duties that the president of the association or the general members of NEC will give to us. As a past secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Udu, I noticed that we had a lot of difficulties in members getting their stamp and seal. So I have put as part of my manifesto that I'm going to work with who emerges as the Publicity Secretary come 20th of July to advise on us having a toll-free number so that members can complain directly to us through those numbers instead of complaining through the branch secretaries, who might end up not taking our complaints to the general secretary. Then also, I'm also planning, and I also have in heart to also work in rebranding the image of the NBA. The present publicity team have done a good job. Please, I want us to join my hands together for Habib Lawal and the present assistant publicity secretary. They have done a wonderful job. But I want to compliment on that job to make sure that NBA is taken to where it is supposed to be. When I was growing up, lawyers were people that were very respected. And I want to also make that respect come back. How will I do that? By rebranding the image of the bar and positively taking the image of the NBA to members. Most people now think lawyers are fearful people. We don't do anything again. But lawyers do a lot. It's just that the publicity does not reach the general public the way it should reach them. So I am limited as an assistant publicity because it is duties that are given to me that I will do. But I will advise properly on who emerges as publicity secretary so that we can make members have the opportunity to liaise with the secretariat more easily by having toll-free call numbers where we will make sure that there are people on ground to pick those calls and make sure that the image of the association is painted properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Technical team, please check the timer. It's like it started counting backwards, so please check the timer. So we'll get the other candidates to speak to us for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Yebiere Emanuela Ekwese. I'm a member of Sababa branch in Bayelsa State. I'm standing here to contest for the position of Assistant Publicity Secretary. Before this position, I have served in different capacity. I was the past secretary of my branch, also served as welfare secretary. I attended Ebonyi State University and did my master's in River State University. I am contesting for this position because I want to serve the NBA. I know and believe that it is time to serve. And I've looked at my duties as provided in the NBA Constitution, Section 9, 5, J1 to 2. Basically, my duties are to assist the Publicity Secretary in performing its duties or our duties, and also to stand and act in place of the Publicity Secretary where they are not available to do same, and also to perform duties as assigned to me by the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, as well as the National Executive Committee and the Annual General Meeting. Now, one of the things I have looked at from the branch level, from my experience, is that we really do not get feedbacks from national as well. Just like my learned friend that has mentioned, you have complaints on the WhatsApp group of a lot of things from the national. I think that we can do better in that area. One way, as mentioned also, is the toll-free calls. If there's an issue, you can promptly call the national. You know, the burden may be lifted from the secretary, but it does not really exclude him from doing certain things. Now, if we have such avenue for people to give their feedbacks and to call immediately, it would ease the issues that we have on our WhatsApp platforms. For instance, the issues of stamp and seal and other things from the national. And so when you have that toll-free or that access quickly, instead of fighting the secretaries of the branches like we have, why have you not printed why do we not have this and that and that? Whereas they're not the ones printing the seal, you know? So if we have that kind of avenue, it will help. Another thing I'm looking at is liaising with non-members of the association. Prompt delivery of information to members. Speedy prompt delivery of information to members, communication, real-time communication with our members. That I would also do, assisting the Publicity Secretary.
Time up.
Why you should vote for me is...
Time up. Thank you very much. Please don't go yet. We have a question that your colleagues have sent in. So I'm going to put the question to you, and then you both answer it. As Assistant Publicity Secretary, and now we want to hear specifics. You've told us about your manifesto. Now we want to hear specifics. What innovations or support would you offer the Office of Publicity Secretary towards ensuring the best image of the bar, lawyers, and the legal profession generally? Specifics, what innovations or support would you offer the Office of Publicity Secretary towards ensuring the best image of the bar, lawyers, and the profession generally? I'll start with you.
Okay, I wrote some things down, and so I'll quickly just take them. One is improving members' engagement in the NBA website. I talked about that. Ensuring ease of access to information and feedback for members. Another thing is expanding the utility of the lawyers portal under the NBA website. Deploy lawyers feedback chat box feature under the portal. Another thing is improving engagement of the association with the public on alternative social media. Of course, we are almost everywhere, and so we look at where have we not covered and ensure that members are following. For instance, if we're on Instagram and other places, Facebook, we need to get members to know that with social media or social platform, you can easily access information other than WhatsApp. As a matter of fact, most times people don't even look at WhatsApp messages because you have people throwing all manner of things like garbage in and all of that. And so they just scroll down and go to the last page. But you have something serious, official.
Time up. Thank you. Please go next.
Thank you very much. Talking about innovation, I will still praise the present publicity team of the MBA. They have done a wonderful job. Only recently I discovered that we have so many social media apps that a lot of us do not even know of that have been created by the MBA to disseminate information. First and foremost, my first duty as an assistant secretary will be to make sure that majority of our members, if not all, know about this app, because we have ample tools to work with, which has been created by Habib Lawal and Charles Ajiboye. These apps are there. What we need to do is to educate members to know about their availability. How do we educate members? By getting across to publicity secretaries of the different branches. And we also know that we have elderly members of our branch who are not really computer savvy. We'll get their publicity secretaries in their branch to get to them and make them understand that there are tools to be used.
Time up. Thank you. Mr. Lawrence Ayewa and Ms. Ebere Emanuela Ekpese, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Please take a bow in the spirit of sportsmanship and shake yourselves and exit the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, learned seniors in the room, your candidates for the office of Assistant Publicity Secretary. Please let's all settle down. The debate is already in progress. Please let's settle down and minimize the noise. Thank you very much. Please let's settle down. I can still see people standing. Please take a seat. And please let's keep the noise down. Thank you. I understand that we have about 670 people that have joined us virtually. We welcome you to the debate. Let's move on now to the office of the candidates for the Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Candidates for the office of the Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Do we have candidates physically present in the room? Please come up stage. Candidates for the office of Publicity Secretary. I understand that 3 people are contesting for this office. Thank you for joining us. Do we have the 3rd candidate online? Candidate for the office of Publicity Secretary. Please, if you're online, Mr. Ferdinand Nazar, if you're online, please put your hand up so that we can identify you. Mr. Ferdinand Nazar, that's his name. Please put your hand up online, do a wave so that we can identify you and take you when it's time for you to speak. Mr. Ferdinand Nazar is online. Great. So I'll start with the 2 candidates who are physically present. Mr. Charles Ajiboye, please introduce yourself and speak to us for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Ajiboye, and I have the utmost privilege to address you this morning. I'm addressing you not because I'm a man. Of course, that is too shallow to be the basis of addressing you. I'm addressing you not because I'm tall, handsome, or good-looking. I'm addressing you because I'm capable and I'm competent to be your publicity secretary in the coming elections. I will rest my conversation with you today on a dialogue I had with a very brilliant lawyer, a female lawyer. She said to me, Charles, why are you running for publicity secretary? You've done so well as the National Assistant Publicity Secretary. You've transformed the social media presence of the NBA. And I said, yes. We took Instagram from less than 2,000 to over 8,000. We took Twitter followership from less than 11,000 to over 41,000. She said to me, I hear you also did a lot with the emailing system of the NBA. And I said, true. We reorganized the emailing system of the NBA, but we are not done with it. We now want to use better data and statistics to address lawyers the time they want to, the way they want to, in the manner they want to. She said, you came up with a blog for NBA. And I said, true. We have a news blog for NBA, and it's fully functional on the website of the NBA. And I said, we are taking that further. We are making that into a job portal where lawyers, law firms, and law businesses can advertise job openings for young lawyers and for lawyers generally, and lawyers can be able to get jobs from there. She said, you did excellently well. We are currently having what we call information overload. And I said, but no, we're not done. Less than 20% of all branches of the NBA have a website. We need to get to the level whereby we digitize every branch of the NBA and we synchronize them as subdomain to the national platform so that every branch, small or big, has a visibility at the national level. I said that is one of the things we can still do. He went on to tell me about my credentials. She told me about my credentials. And I said, I am a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Auctioneers of Nigeria. I'm an associate of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria. I'm a board evaluator. I understand how systems work. I understand how processes work. I have been the public secretary of the third largest branch, the NBA Ikeja branch. I have been the chairman of the Young Lawyers Forum of the NBA Ikeja branch. I understand the issues. And even the NBA portal we have now, I want to make it into the version 2.0. Having had the opportunity to supervise the current portal we have to where it is. And that is the basis of my addressing you today. That in our coming election, the publicity secretariat of the Nigerian Bar Association has to be such that can create a truly better global perception for Nigerian lawyers. And that is the reason why Charles Ajiboye is the man to invite, to welcome, to vote for as the public secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Bridget Adokwe, 3 minutes.
Good morning, learned senior advocates. Mr. President, distinguished learned senior, my name is Bridget Ijome Adokwe, a candidate for the office of National Publicity Secretary. I am a publisher of the Barrister NG Law blog. Today I'm here to tell my colleagues why I'm the best candidate for the office of National Publicity Secretary. I will speak straight to my manifesto. First, as a publicity secretary, the duties of the National Publicity Secretary as provided in the NBA Constitution are to ensure positive publicity of NBA activities, create easy access to relevant information to members. As a candidate of the National Publicity Secretary of the NBA, I am committed to improving the communication channels between the legal profession and the courts. As a National Publicity Secretary, I will create centralized digital channels where Nigerian lawyers can access real-time court information. Over the years, being the publisher and the editor-in-chief of Barrister NG, I've assessed what are the problems that lawyers are facing. And the basics of all of them is communication. These days, part of my intention is to liaise with the Chief Justice of Nigeria on the need for a practice direction for court registrars to send messages to lawyers when courts are not certain. The issue of publicity is something dear to me. I am passionate about it. And when lawyers are informed promptly on the happenings in court, it will definitely make sure that the costs, they save costs. And not just that, I intend to to leverage on social media for information dissemination. Since 2017 till date, I've worked with presidents, MBA branches, supplying them with day-to-day information of what is going on. As of today, no lawyer can say that they are not informed as and when of the workings of the MBA. Barrister NG and my team can take credit to that. As a National Publicity Secretary, I intend to work closely with publicity secretaries of branches across Nigeria to provide real-time information and cut information to lawyers. Transparency and accessibility are crucial for building a strong...
Time up. Thank you. Thank you. It's time to hear from Mr. Ferdinand Nazar, who is online. Mr. Nazar, if you can hear me, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Nazar, if you can hear me, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Lionel Sir. Good morning to the Chairman of the Electoral Committee of Nigerian Bar Association. My name is Ferdinand Afam Nazar. I'm a member of the MBA Onitsha branch. I am the immediate past National Assistant Public Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association.
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello, Shola.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The position of National Public Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association is quite a significant role, which requires a candidate with a unique combination of skills, experience, and personal qualities. I have outlined my manifesto, all I intend to achieve within the short period of 2 years I will be in office, if elected by the members of the bar. Some of the features of what I'm going to achieve were on 2 subheads. 1, rebranding of the MBA, and secondly, communication. My plan for rebranding of the bar is placed in just 3 subheads. 1, improving member engagement in the MBA website to ensure ease of access to information and feedback from members. I must stress here that it was during our administration, during the Olumide Akpata administration, 2020 and 2022, that we streamlined the emails, the current email, which the current publicity team has worked on. We initiated the idea of direct email sent messages. Secondly, expanding the utility of lawyers' portal under the MBA website. There's a lot we can do with current MBA website, which I believe with me at the helm, we can improve what is being done already on the site, like deploy lawyers' feedback, where lawyers can just go directly to the secretariat without even have to come through the secretary or to the public secretary. Thirdly is to improve engagement of the association within the public. On the alternate social media platforms, the bar, as the watchdog of the society, has the duty to always project an image that will correspond our expectations from the society. As a professional candidate for the office of National Public Secretary, I believe I have the communication skills, the public relations skills, the personal qualities, and overall, the strategic thinking to succeed as the Public Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Mind you, I have also international influence. As I explained to the ECMBA, the reason why I'm not present, but I'm attending a program in the UK right now.
Time up. Time up. Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand Nazar. I'm going to stick with you. We have a question that has come in from your colleagues, and I'm going to start with you to answer that question first before I come back to the candidates in the room. So I hope that you can hear me. You will agree that as Publicity Secretary, you are one of the image makers of the bar. Now, some will argue that the image of lawyers and the bar, by extension, is at a low, maybe as a result of poor public perception. But as Publicity Secretary, what specifically will you do differently to boost and shore up the image and visibility of the bar and its numerous activities? Can you hear me, Mr. Nazar? Did you get the question? Mr. Nazar, if you can hear me, would like to hear your response.
Hello?
Did you get the question?
Can you hear me? Yes, I got the question perfectly well.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying, between 2020 and 2022, the whole lawyers in Nigeria will agree that the bar had a voice. We spoke on national issues, press national issues without fear of anything. Having worked on that administration, under the able leadership of Olumide Abata, I know all it takes to be vociferous on national issues. And like my colleagues will say, image matters. And I possess the features to rebrand the image of the bar. I possess all the requisite skills, having served in the position of State Public Secretary under Olumide Abata regime. When we spoke on issues that no other administration has ever spoken on, we unearthed so many issues that are...
Time up. Thank you very much. Vijay Sedope, please answer the question.
If elected the National Publicity Secretary of the NBA, I intend to ensure the positive that the image of the association is improved upon. My campaign hashtag is decent publicity. How do I intend to achieve that? I intend to ensure that my colleagues will assist in reporting true and factual information to lawyers and outsiders, because whatever we project inside is what is the information that outsiders will hear. So I intend to, with my wealth of experience, to ensure that I liaise with my colleagues in the general media world and then present an image that is top-notch for the NBA by ensuring that accurate reportage is the key word for me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ajiboye.
Thank you very much. I have always said that perception is greater than reality. I have also always said and asked the question of what use is it for you to wink in the dark? The truth about it is that the Nigerian Bar Association and the lawyers that practice in Nigeria have a lot of good stories. The problem is that it is our bad stories that make the headline. That's the focus of your next publicity secretary when you vote Charles Ajiboye. We will curate narratives and tell the story that we want the world to know about us. We will create content that creates the kind of narratives that we want to describe us. We will ensure that both the local community and the global community understand and see Nigerian lawyers for who we are. For indeed, we are better than we are seen as. We are greater than we are perceived to be. And that exactly is the whole agenda of a better global perspective that I have centered the entire of my campaign on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Leonard Silks, Leonard Seniors, colleagues in the room and online, I present to you your candidates for the office of Publicity Secretary of the NBA. Gentlemen, please take a bow and shake yourselves and exit the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand Nazar. We move on now to candidates for the office of the Welfare Secretary. Candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary. If we have candidates in the room, please come up stage. Candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary. I understand there are 3 candidates for this office. Oh, great, they are all in the room. Mr. Altan Yada, please go first. Introduce yourself and speak to us for 3 minutes. Thank you. 3 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, Leonard Silks, elders of the bar, distinguished colleagues. My name is Auta Nyada. I'm a member of the MBA Suleja branch, and I'm a candidate for the position of National Welfare Secretary of the MBA. As a young lawyer, I served as the publicity secretary of my branch. I then moved on to serve as the secretary of the Young Lawyers of Nigeria National. At that point, we discovered that lawyers needed to make extra monies, young lawyers, aside litigation. And we needed to achieve this, and we did it by simply having 3 trainings for them: in taxation, in ADR, and then in patents and trademarks. We did this, and every lawyer, young lawyer across the country that came for this training went back home with certificates from these 3 aspects, and they went back home with stipends. As an older lawyer, I have served as a member of the National Welfare Committee for 4 years, and for the first time in the history of this country, we negotiated rebates for lawyers, and today, under the NHIS health insurance scheme, lawyers have access to health insurance. A lawyer is entitled to 2 chemotherapy sessions, 3 dialysis sessions. Our women, our female lawyers have been delivering through CS for just 15,000 naira. Before now, it has never been achieved in the history of this country, and I'm a proud member of the team that brought that for lawyers. As a member of the National Welfare Secretary, as a member of the National Welfare Committee, we also sat down and said, how can the biggest bar in the whole of Africa not have a workplace sexual harassment policy? I again was part of the team that drafted a white paper for sexual harassment in workplaces. NEC was gracious enough to adopt that paper, and today, to the glory of God and to the benefit of everybody sitting down here, MBA has a workplace sexual harassment policy and a committee that is supposed to implement it. How do I intend to bring these things to bear if you give me your vote? For NHIS, I will deepen the participation because I know how it works. I will bring in partners that will bring more rebates for lawyers and for everybody seated in this room. For the workplace sexual harassment, I will simply partnership with NAPTIP, Speedel, and FIDA for the enforcement of that policy. Gentlemen, my name is Autanyada, and I'm soliciting your support to be your next welfare secretary. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Mr. NX Wanaka, please go next. 3 minutes.
Learned colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Ernest Ezindo Wanaka. I'm a member of MBA Idemili branch and also the secretary of the Human Rights Committee of the branch. I've contributed and served the Idemili branch in many capacities, both as at the executive level and also at the committee level. Let me use this opportunity to officially inform you that I'm contesting for the Welfare Secretary of the NBA, Idemili branch, and my manifesto and my CV has been published by the ECMBN. And in the list of what I intend to do if elected, one of them is I want to advise and the support for production and issuing of customized and unified ID card for every registered member of MBA, because I believe that that will enhance the dignity of lawyers in the course of their professional engagement, especially the young lawyers who do visit police station it's awkward when you go to the police station, you kind of orally introducing yourself, which I believe with the ID card of 18, it will help to enhance the dignity of lawyers in the course of their profession. Again, I also want to advise and support for free and subsidized electronic law reports for every financial member of MBA. I believe that law reporting is very important in our profession. It has been done before, and I believe if it is continued, it is very useful to a way of making sure that every member of MBA benefits one thing from the administration. So I will advise and support that. Also, the list of what I want to do is the issue of adequate information in respect of welfare packages. For us to benefit from welfare packages, we need to be informed. For example, the MBA health insurance. Many members, majority of us do not know about it. They don't benefit from it because they don't know what it's all about, how to go about it. I believe with adequate information, members will benefit a lot from the whatever packages the MBA have for us. This and many more I intend to achieve when elected. In the light of this, I humbly pray you to support me and vote me as the Welfare Secretary come July 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Oikene Osage, please go next.
Good morning, my learned seniors and colleagues. My name is Oikene Osage. I am of the Benin branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. I'm a qualified legal practitioner, and in addition to that, I hold a master's degree in law and a bachelor's degree in international studies and diplomacy from the University of Benin. I've been a two-time Young Lawyers Forum chairman. This time having been abridged, let me just give a sketch on what I intend to do if I am elected as the Welfare Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. We will look at the constant issue of workplace molestation and harassment. We will look at the issue of young lawyers' neglect, and we'll look at the issue of our disadvantaged lawyers. And these issues only come up during the elections period. It is now an issue like Alice in the Wonderland, where you have to move around 3 times to remain in the same spot. But by the grace of God, we will address that. The duties of the Welfare Secretary is enshrined in our Constitution, particularly Section 5 of the Constitution of the Nigerian Bar Association. On my agenda with the security agencies, I shall ensure that the bar gets frequent updates on the relationship with our members with security agencies. Recently, P.I. Awoki Esquire was detained for up to 3 years, and I dare say that the bar did not have that update till people came up to start complaining about what is happening. The cost of traveling for the NHIS scheme and all that, we'll put it into digital. We'll bring the NHIS closer. Everybody will subscribe to an application where you can key into that instead of traveling to do that. For the issue of young lawyers, being a 2-time chairman of Young Lawyers Forum in Benin branch, I can say with justifiable pride that by the principle of collectivity of empathy, you cannot be a shepherd until you are first a sheep. I understand the challenges, and I assure Nigerian young lawyers that I will not take it like a plating of the children. I will ensure that no molestation and no workplace harassment of our Nigerian young lawyers. My manifesto, though published, is there, and I encourage this Honorable House to view it and evaluate it. On the issue of our disabled and disadvantaged lawyers, we must have proper statistics. We must know who is sick amongst us, and we must know those who need help. I shall also timelessly inform the President of the Nigerian Bar Association on the ongoings. Finally, I beg this Honorable House, and I urge everyone here.
Time up. Time up. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask you a question that has come in from your colleagues. This is a recurring question. We got it over and over again. Over the years, the NBA has implemented a number of welfare schemes for lawyers. And some of you have alluded to some of them. Health insurance, emergency interventions for lawyers in distressed locations, so on and so forth. What suggestions or contributions, talking about sustenance now, what suggestions or contributions will you make towards sustaining any of these laudable welfare programs, or what additions do you have in mind? Did you get the question?
Yes, we did.
So I'll start with you, Mr. Osage.
Innovations for the NHIS program.
What suggestions will you make for sustaining when administrations come in? Sometimes some of these programs that we've alluded to are not being carried forward. What would you do differently for sustaining some of these welfare programs that we've seen exhibited in the past? Sustenance.
Okay, thank you so much. In truth, our constitution is clear. There is little I can do than being persuasive, and I will advise the president, whoever is the president of the association, on us to key more into technology and into more sensitization so that our members will be aware of this program. I can tell you for free, some of our colleagues in the interior do not really know about this NHIS program. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go next.
Thank you very much. My own innovation is adequate information. I've said it before, like the insurance program of the NBA, there is no adequate information about it. Many people don't know how to go about it. They don't know what it's all about. So I will use modern method of giving out information, both on the social media, everywhere. We know what is happening and how to go about it, how to register, how to benefit from it, so that every member of NBA will benefit from whatever welfare package that is being carried out. So that's my own contribution in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Anyada.
Yes. In terms of the sexual harassment policy, most people who are sexually harassed do not sorosoke because they are scared of their lives. They are scared for a lot of things. We will partnership with NAPTIP, a federal government agency that it has a domicile to enforce the Violence Against Persons Act. We will also bring professional counselors. People who go through this thing are mentally and emotionally traumatized. We will bring in counselors to counsel them and then provide succor for them. For the NHIS, I see that as my baby. It is very simple. We will bring in agencies that will partnership with the NBA and deepen the participation. We'll bring in agencies that will come and bring in more rebates. For example, instead of 2 chemotherapy sessions, you can have 5 chemotherapy sessions. Instead of 3 dialysis sessions, you can have 6 dialysis sessions. These things are available. These things are achievable. We have done it before. I have been part of the team that has done it. If you give me your vote, I will repeat it again in grand style. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Leonard Silks, Leonard Seniors, colleagues in the room and online, I present to you your candidates for the office of Welfare Secretary. Gentlemen, please take a bow, shake hands, and exit the stage. Thank you. I think we'll take a short break now. Yes, I think we'll take a short break now and then come back. Okay, let's just go on. Let's go on. Quick announcement. There's a vehicle, a Toyota Camry with silver color parked outside, KWL 437AX. Please, we need you to go outside and repark or move, I don't know. Toyota Camry, silver color, KWL 437AX. So let's just quickly take up the candidates for Treasurer and Assistant Gensec before we take a break. Candidates for the office of Treasurer, please, if you're in the room, can we have you upstage? Candidates for the office of Treasurer. If you're online, please wave so we can identify you. Please go upstage. Candidates for the office of Treasurer. Great. We have 3 candidates, and they're all in the room. I apologize that we are unable to take any more questions now. When the ECMBA sent out its notice for this program, we had already told all lawyers to send in their questions. So I will not be able to accommodate any question that has not come in before now. Thank you very much. I hope you understand. Thank you. Mr. Chukwuemeka Mbamala, 3 minutes. Please speak to us about your manifesto and your plans.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Chukwuemeka Mbamala. I'm a member of Nigerian Bar Association Enugu branch. I'm a contestant for the position of the treasurer. I have served the bar in different capacities. I have been the publicity secretary of my branch in 2012 and 2014. In 2016 to 2018, I was the assistant publicity secretary of the National Bar. This time around, I'm offering myself for the position of the treasurer. You will agree with me, being a treasurer is all about finance. It's all about money. You find out that MBA has no MBA has no planning economic committee. I am going to stand as an economic committee of MBA. I have experience in my branch. I initiated a scheme called Lego Save. This scheme has worked for the past 14 years. What do? We advise lawyers on how to save. And we have showed transparency and accountability. And you will agree with me, as a treasurer, you must be accountable to the association. Accountability and transparency is the foundation for which members of the bar can have confidence in the association. I tend to bring that accountability, especially in budgeting. I have to bring innovations. We can devise a means of monitoring the expenses of the bar. We can send newsletters on the expenses of our dear branch. I am telling you, for some time now, you can find out that MBA has only 4 means of making profit. That is the sampan sale, the rent, the donations. When you look at the constitution of MBA, you find out the treasurer is empowered to invest the fund of MBA. If you don't have that experience, there's no way you can invest the fund of MBA. Would you imagine where the MBA can invest 1 billion naira for a treasury bill, maybe in 3 months? That money can take care of the MBA. Many people used to say that they don't benefit anything from MBA. They don't even know why they are paying the practicing fee. I am telling you, where MBA makes profit, the people, the welfare of the young lawyers, the welfare of our disadvantaged members will be improved. I am telling you, if you look at the stabilization committee report, the report said MBA can open a microfinance bank. This has been in my manifesto. Even in 2022, while I was disqualified, I had it in my manifesto. Would you imagine?
Time up. Time up. Thank you. Time up. Mrs. Caroline Obi, please go next.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caroline Obi. I am the immediate past treasurer of MBA Lagos. I am a member of MBA Lagos and past financial secretary. I worked in the bank for a good 25 years and above. I did not work in the bank as a marketer. I worked in the bank as a process person. Within this period, I worked in investment department, legal department, registrar's department, head of cashiers, and I worked for 8.5 years in the treasury department. Treasury department coordinating my banks with CBN. So I am a treasury person. I'm more of a financial person than treasury than litigation. I am canvassing for vote this afternoon that it is time we get it right I am coming, if you vote me in, I am coming in to build on the legacy that other leaders in the past has built upon. I'm also going to first of all check, if you vote me in as your next coming in treasurer, I'm going to check the package, the financial technology and package that MBA has in stock. If it is not of best practice, I will advise. Remember, my role is to advise. Financial advisor is what I am more of. I am going to advise whoever comes in as a MBA treasurer the need to get the best financial technology, the best practice that is suitable for MBA size. And also, because I have young lawyers, 2 young lawyers, my passion goes to them and asks me how and why. What stops MBA from having a transit estate where some young lawyers who are stranded can stay temporarily for 3 or 6 months so that when they get their feet on ground, they can now move on to look for a better accommodation. I know that if we can take some percentage of our practicing fee to invest on this, it will yield. It may not come out immediately, but remember, MBA is an institution, and once you build, another person will come up and build on it. I also going to make sure that we liaise with regulatory bodies. I forgot to tell you that I'm a certified compliance officer of SEG. It shows that all these ones I have been doing has always been on figure. I think when we get it right this time, we'll be able to press forward. If you vote me as your treasurer, I am sure I'm going to make a lot of impact because I am not a mercator from the bank. I come from a process who knows my own news and knows what is right financially and wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Blessing Udofa Poromon. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, seniors, and friends. My name is Blessing Udofa Poromon. I am with the Yo branch of the MBA. I'm a civil servant, a state council to be precise, with the Ministry of Justice. And I'm here this day as a candidate for the office of the National Treasurer. Okay, let's look at this. A few years ago, getting an ATM card from the bank involved you getting involved with the marketers, involved you getting involved with the bank officials. But that's not so. You can walk into a financial institution now and then you can get an ATM card without having to deal with any of the financial staff. That is innovation, and that is what I am proposing. I am a candidate here because I have been exposed to what we call international best practices. Within the few years of my working in the public sector, I have been exposed to multinational and multilateral and multi-sectoral agencies, programs, and portfolio management. What has this done? It has exposed me to international best practices in financial reporting, accounting, auditing, and bookkeeping. I am a member of the United State Agency for Development in Akwa Ibom State that has to do with transparency, effectiveness, and accountability of government expenditures. Our government, as it were, is bigger than the MBA. I am proposing that we can partner with these agencies to come into our treasury and create an impact. What are these impacts? The impact in accounting, the impact in auditing, the impact in bookkeeping. What will this do? It will attract legal trainings. It will attract legal advancements for lawyers. And that is what I am proposing here. Furthermore, what is my duty? My duty mainly is to be the money back of the treasury. I'm supposed to advise the president on what to do. I'm supposed to talk to the NIC on how we can do, advise on financial issues. And that is what I am proposing, that with my bubbly personality and with my characteristics and the experience I have gathered over the years, I am able to advise on projects and then investment that would be beneficial to the treasury. I also possess extensive experience in financial control. What are the controls? As a public servant, you can't overemphasize the importance of auditing. Every year we have our government talk about ghost workers and auditing of staff. What are we going to do? We have to look into the MBA books. What are those expenditures that are still existing that the MBA is paying for? Because we need the MBA to be smart in spending. Now, as young lawyers, how is it going to be impactful to
Thank you. So there's a question that has come in from your colleagues that I'll put to the three of you, and then you have a minute each to answer. As treasurer, what prudential guidelines are you going to put in place to avoid waste, unnecessary expenditure, to free funds for NBA programs and projects? What prudential guidelines will you put in place to avoid waste and unnecessary expenditure to free up funds for MBA projects and programs? Blessing, please go first.
Okay, I had the privilege of coordinating the MBA crèche, and it is on record that I was able to, for the first time, provide a standard activity report of all the expenditures that was spent. Now, what does that say? For everything the MBA does, we have to come up with a way of ensuring that this is this and this goes here. We have to come up with a format in which reports are being given and then the books of accounts are kept. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Obi?
Thank you very much. These are the methods or the systems or what I will put in place to ensure cuts of cost. First of all, I will advise. Remember, I said my role is always advisory because we are going to work with other members of the ESCO. I will advise that the cost on the expenditure on transportation, logistics be reduced, both from ESCOs and any other members of the, especially so that it will be channeled to the young lawyers. Young lawyers are always great for young lawyers that are not able financially to stand. And also that most of the things, work, are done online. I'm not an analog person. If these things are done, certain things are done online, it will reduce costs, and that will enable the MBA proper to channel these excesses.
Time up. Thank you. Mr. Mbamala.
Thank you very much. I've been into financial business, and you can agree with me, transparency and accountability is the foundation for which members can have confidence in the association. If elected as a treasurer, and I'm going to look at the budget, we are going to have budget monitoring team. This team will look at every aspect of items being brought before us. We are going to make publications. Maybe from the advice of the president, we are going to make monthly publications of expenses of the MBA. This will generate confidence from the lawyers. This will make lawyers to pay their bar practicing fee as at when to. And this will also generate more confidence on the young lawyers to participate actively in the activities of MBA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Leonard Silks in the room, Leonard seniors, colleagues in the room and online, I present to you your candidates for the office of treasurer. Please take a bow, shake hands, and exit the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's at this point that we'll take a short break for 10 minutes. Yes, please, let's take a short break for 10 minutes, during which time we'll put up our audio visuals on the electoral process. Do you have that? The audio visuals. So please, let's take a short break for 10 minutes and then we'll reconvene after. Thank you.
Election for the year 2024 is around the corner. In order to vote during this election, your name must be on the final voter register published by the ECNBA. Details for voting will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile on the ECNBA final voters register. To vote, all you need is a web browser on your phone, tablet, or computer. We are using an online voting platform, and this is where you will cast your vote. The election opens at 12 a.m. on election day. A private and personalized voting link will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile as an eligible voter. Do not click the link and enter your Supreme Court number, and you will be taken immediately to the ballot selection screen to see the list of positions along with those contesting for them. Proceed to select your preferred candidate in each position. Please ensure you make a choice for each position. After completing the selection process, click on Continue to proceed to the verification page. On the verification page, the ballot will be shown back to you with the selections you made. Review it carefully and then click Submit Ballot to finalize your selection, or you may choose to go back to make corrections. Once the ballot is submitted, it can no longer be changed, so check that your choices are accurately reflected on the verification screen before submitting. You have now voted. You will see a thank you confirmation screen acknowledging that your vote has been registered for that ballot. An email confirmation that you have placed your vote will also be sent. Then sit tight and wait for the announcement of the results, or visit go.ecnba.org for the latest information on the elections and results. For assistance, please contact support@evn.ng or call our contact center on 070-8067-2006. This message was brought to you by the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association.
Candidates for General Secretary, please don't drift too far. We're going to start with you when we reconvene shortly. Candidates for the office of General Secretary, please don't go too far. We're going to start with you when we reconvene shortly. And then we'll go on to the Vice Presidents.
The Nigerian Bar Association election for the year 2024 is around the corner. In order to vote during this election, your name must be on the final voter register published by the ECMBA. Details for voting will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile on the ECMBA final voters register. To vote, all you need is a web browser on your phone, tablet, or computer. We are using an online voting platform, and this is where you will cast your vote. The election opens at 12 a.m. on election day. A private and personalized voting link will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile as an eligible voter. Do not share this link. Click the link and enter your Supreme Court number, and you will be taken immediately to the ballot selection screen to see the list of positions along with those contesting for them. Proceed to select your preferred candidate in each position.
Sure.
Please ensure you make a choice for each position. After completing the selection process, click on Continue to proceed to the verification page. On the verification page, the ballot will be shown back to you with the selections you made. Review it carefully and then click Submit Ballot to finalize your selection, or you may choose to go back to make corrections. Once the ballot is submitted, it can no longer be changed, so check that your choices are accurately reflected on the verification screen before submitting.
Please let's settle down. It's time to continue.
Acknowledging that your vote has
Please
been
let's settle down so we can continue the
An
debate.
email confirmation that you have placed your vote will also be sent. Then sit tight and wait for the announcement of the results, or visit go.ecnba.org for the latest information.
Please let's settle down so we can continue the debate.
For assistance,
Please let's take our seats.
support@evm.ng or call our contact center on
Please can we take our seats?
8067-2006. This message was brought to you by the Electoral
Please can we take our
Nigerian
seats so we
Bar
can continue? Please let's settle down. Hello, Mr. Alta. Mr. Anyada, please can we settle down? Please let's take our seats so we can continue. Please let's settle down. We understand that the candidates for the position of Assistant General Secretary are not yet with us. So we are going to skip. Both of them are not here. I think they are caught up in a flight. So please let's go on to the candidates for the office of General Secretary. Please let's settle down. Candidates for the office of General Secretary, please can you come up stage? Candidates for the office of General Secretary, please join us on stage. Please come up. Please, let's settle down. The noise is too much. Candidates for the office of General Secretary. There are two candidates for the office of General Secretary. Do we have the second person in the room? Candidates for the office of General Secretary. Online?
No, he was here.
He's here?
Yeah, he was here.
Candidates for the office of General Secretary. We understand that one of the candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary is still airborne. His flight was rescheduled, so we'll give him a bit of time to be able to join us so we can take the candidates for that office. So candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary will come back to you. But we'll go on now to the candidates for the office of General Secretary. Mr. Ojibara, Mr. Abdul Wasiu Alfa, Right? Yeah, great. Mr. Ojibara, please go first. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. This candidate will speak to us for 5 minutes. After we'll take some questions. Timer.
The moderator,
Timer. Please go ahead.
the distinguished members of ECMBA, learned senior advocates here present, fellow contestants, my very distinguished colleagues. My name is Dr. Mobolaji Idris Ojibara. I stand before you with honor, privilege, to present myself to Nigerian lawyers as a candidate for the office of General Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association. I'm a member of Nigerian Bar Association Ilorin branch. I served as its publicity secretary between 2005 and 2007. And I served as its chairman between 2013 and 2015. I come before you today to seek your support, your votes, to elect me as General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. I come with tremendous skill. Before I tell the Nigerian lawyers what I hope I plan to do when elected as General Secretary of General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, what have I done for Nigerian Bar Association, for the legal practice, for the bar? When in 2013 I was elected as chairman of Nigerian Bar Association Ilorin branch, I collaborated with the judiciary of Kwara State to introduce a system whereby young lawyers within the branch were appointed as research assistants to judges in the state. It was the first time any such novel idea was brought into the legal system in Nigeria. Today, that system has been replicated at various levels of the judiciary across the country. Fast forward 5 years. When in 2018, I sought your support, like I am doing today, to serve you as the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. I propose a system that every Nigerian lawyer today is enjoying, such that you can now sit in the comfort of your office, lie down on your bed in your bedroom, and pay your practicing fee online. In 2018, when I sought your support to run for the office of General Secretary, I proposed the system of online payment of practicing fee. The Nigerian lawyers now enjoy the comfort of payment of practicing fee digitally. Was one of my proposals when I presented my manifestos in 2018. Of course, the Paul Usoro-led administration found that idea novel, and it was adopted as part of the plans of that administration. Going forward, what am I bringing to the table? There is one singular problem that is common to every Nigerian lawyer today, whether in active private practice or not, whether in private practice or public practice, and that is the problem of stamp. It has become a cankerworm to Nigerian lawyers. What do I propose? I propose digital stamp. A lot of things have been said about the delays in the provisions and delivery of our stamps. I am proposing today that when elected as the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, with the support of the administration that I'm going to be working with the nod of the presidents that I'm going to be working with, I am going to be proposing to Nigerian lawyers the adoption of digital stamp. With digital stamp, no Nigerian lawyer will have to call the secretariat
or call the General Secretary for the issuance or delivery of a stamp again with digital stamp. Just like you pay your processing fees in the comfort of your room, on your bed, in your bedroom, in the comfort of your office, you could also
Time up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
All right. My name is Abdul Wasiu Alfa. I was called to the Nigerian Bar in the year 2003, and I'm from the Maiduguri branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. I must respectfully stand before you this afternoon in my quest to occupy the office of the General Secretary of the Bar. First and foremost, I would like to say I would uphold and discharge meritoriously the functions and duties of the office of the General Secretary of the Bar as outlined under Section 9, subparagraph 5E 1 to 7 of the Constitution of the Nigeria Bar Association 2021. And as the General Secretary of the Bar, I'm very conscious of the fact that the Secretariat is the engine room of the association. I would first of all bring together all elected officers of the Nigeria Bar Association so that we could work harmoniously in order to achieve the desired objectives for which we were elected. I have outlined in my manifesto the fact that we need a very transparent, very open, very accessible, very diligent and hardworking secretariat in order to deliver on the mandate that was given to us if eventually elected into office. I have outlined in my manifesto the very broad work we intend to do if eventually elected. And one of the things, like I said, is we are going to have a secretariat that is all-inclusive, that is accessible to all members of the Nigeria Bar Association. As it is presently, the National Secretariat of the Nigeria Bar Association is far away from the branches of the Nigeria Bar Association. We need to look at it very well because the Constitution also provides that each of the branches of the Nigeria Bar Association must report its activities and programs in the last 6 months on a quarterly basis to the Secretariat of the Nigeria Bar Association. That is not being done, and I can assure you when elected, I will ensure that we monitor the activities and programs of each branch of the Nigeria Bar Association so that we can have harmony and we can build in on one house. As a prelude to that, I am also very conscious of the fact that before now, there has been dedicated lines given to all branches of the Nigeria Bar Association by the National Secretariat, wherein members have access to toll-free lines where complaints can be made, where issues can be raised with the national officers of the Nigeria Bar Association. That line has been dormant, that line has been ineffective and unfunctional. I assure you, when elected into office, I will ensure that those lines are reactivated, those lines are functional, so that each and every member of the Nigeria Bar Association can have a voice. Each and every member of the Nigeria Bar Association can have access to the national officers, especially the secretary and, of course, the president of the bar. I'm conscious of the fact that I will work, if elected, under the direction and directives of the president of the Nigeria Bar Association. But also in doing so, we will try to innovate a lot of things. One of the most important things that is bedeviling our association today, if anything else, if not anything else, is the issue of this stamp and seal. In the course of our campaigns, we discovered that people have made application for seals for up to 6 months without getting them. I believe the Secretariat is not very open to the members of the Nigeria Bar Association because it is not about the procedure of applying for the stamp. It is not about either manual or digital application for the stamp, but about the delivery of the stamp to members of the Nigeria Bar Association. It's not about the method. In the course of introduction of the stamp and seal, we were informed that we will get our stamp within the period of 24 hours or 48 hours, and it will be transmitted to the branches within the period of 1 week. Distinguished colleagues, learned seniors, that is not happening today. When elected into office, I intend to interrogate what is the issue. Is it the issue of lack of sufficient, what I mean by lack of sufficient funds for the stamp, or is it the issue of monopoly? Do we have a contractor who is holding us to ransom and who is not ready to release the stamps to us as and when due? If that is the case, definitely we will unbundle it and break up the monopoly. I can assure you that the issue of stamp and seal is what we will face head on. If the Secretariat is bold enough, it is better to increase the prices of the stamp so that we'll get them as and when due, rather than to continue on the old price and we do not get them. So I think we'll interrogate and we'll give you the findings when we get there, that this is the true situation of stamp. You need to increase the amount being paid for stamp so that you get the stamp on time, rather than for you to apply endlessly without getting them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And right on time too. Thank you. So these are questions that have been sent in by your colleagues.
Yeah.
So we have 2 questions. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Alpha. Please listen. Repeatedly, new administrations assume office, and the Secretariat and its officers do not get better in terms of creating institutional memories. Considering the term of office, which is just 2 years, what are you going to do differently to deepen knowledge and skill in the Secretariat staff, to transform the Secretariat into a professionally run institution in spite of the high turnover of national officers? What are you going to do to deepen knowledge and skill for the Secretariat staff so that we can have institutional memories?
Yes, of course. Thank you so very much for your question. Now, of course, to do that, we have to deploy technology, because in this era, record keeping is based on or anchored on technological devices that will ensure that we store all our records, we store all our information, so that successive administrations that come in after us, if eventually elected, will have access to the institutional memory you're talking about. Now, institutional memory, as we all know, is about keeping records. It's about ensuring that we streamline all those information that we have at the Secretariat, so that other administrations that may come afterwards may have access to that. And in doing so, we have to, of course, explore and develop the capacity of the Secretariat staff who will man those technological equipment. And I can assure you, we'll do all our best within the period, if elected, to ensure that we develop the manpower, we develop the capacity of the support staff of the Secretariat of the MBA. And we will also ensure that at all times we carry them along in all our policies and programs so that they will keep update with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mojibara, please.
Yeah, thank you. We all agree with me that without doubt, artificial intelligence has taken roots in legal practice. And where the world is hoping, the legal practice profession in Nigeria cannot afford to be crawling. With my deep understanding of information technology, like my colleague has said, there's no doubt we need to leverage on technology. Now, talking about ensuring that there's institutional memory, there would be need to ensure that leveraging on the IT technology, we need to create what I refer to as templates for activities that we do often as members of the association. When these templates are in place and we have permanent records of how we do things, we could leverage on this and ensure that these records are.
Time up. Thank you. So this is another question. It's time up. That's why you were cut off. Thank you. This is another question that came in, repeatedly from your colleagues. Is it a norm for presidents and general secretaries to be disagreeable? Or is there something you intend to do differently to create a harmonious relationship between yourself and your president? Tell us specifically what lessons you have learned from experiences of your predecessors that you intend to apply to create better relationship if you do get into office.
Thank you. It's true that it's often becoming recurring that a lot of times there are issues between the secretaries and the presidents in administrations.
I have told people a lot of time, and that's why we have to draw the line. The truth is that as far as the Nigerian Bar Association is concerned, the bulk of the decision stops on the desk of the president. And for an administration to work harmoniously, we need a general secretary that would understand the importance of working with loyalty with whoever is his president. So where we have a secretary who knows his limits, who knows that the bulk of the decision stops on the table of the president, I believe there won't be problems between any general secretary and the president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go next.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think first and foremost, we must recognize that there are no two presidents of the bar. There is only one president of the bar, and so the general secretary and indeed all other officers of the bar must accord the president his due respect, must accord the president all the support to enable the administration succeed. Because the success of the president is the success of the entire administration. And one of the things we would like to do, of course, is to ensure that we take directives, we take instructions, and we follow the policy guidelines of the president. In the event there is a disagreement between the general secretary and the president, of course, the constitution of the Nigeria Bar Association is very clear. Under section 21, there is the internal dispute resolution mechanism of the Nigeria Bar Association. I can assure you for free that when elected as the general secretary of the bar, I will never go to the social media to criticize my president. I will never disparage the office of the president, because doing so is disparaging the Nigeria Bar Association. I will ensure that I do things according to the constitution and according to my conscience. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Learned seniors in the room, learned silks, colleagues here present and those online, I present to you your candidates for the office of General Secretary of the Bar. Gentlemen, please shake hands, take a bow, and exit the stage. Thank you. Do we have candidates, the two candidates for the office of the Assistant General Secretary online now? We understand that one of the candidates was airborne, but can we confirm that the two candidates are online now? Candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary, please, if you're online, please wave your hand so we can identify you. Candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary, Mr. Henry Barnabas Heyi and Mr. Sheung Aka, are you both online? Please wave your hand so we can identify you if you're online. Candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary, please can we confirm if they are both online so we can take them? Only one person is online. The other candidate is still airborne. Okay, so we'll move on and come back to that office. Can we move on now to candidates for the office of Third Vice President? Candidates for the office of Third Vice President, if you're physically present, please come up stage. Candidates for the office of Third Vice President. Please give them a round of applause. We have two candidates and they are both physically present. These candidates will speak to us for 3 minutes each. 3 minutes each. Candidates for the office of Third Vice President. Please, can we keep the noise down so we can hear them? Mr. Michael Olorumola, please go first. 3 minutes. Please talk to us about your plans and your manifesto. Please go ahead.
The chairman, ECNBA, the moderator, learned sect, distinguished colleagues. My name is Michael Oladewaju Olorumola. I'm a member of Lokoja branch of Nigerian Bar Association, past financial secretary of the branch, past secretary of the branch. I am contesting for the office of Third Vice President. and I have come to seek your support. Gentlemen, the office of the third vice president is provided for in the Constitution of Nigerian Bar Association, and specifically is to preside. The third vice president is to preside wherever the president, the first vice president, the second vice president is absent, and there is need for the president to preside. This I will do without fail. Secondly, is to oversee the zone that shall be assigned to him to ensure their welfare. This I will do without fail. Thirdly, is to also supervise, where necessary, the formation of branches, of new branches. I also say this I will do without fail. Fourthly, is to perform such other duties as shall be assigned to him by the President, the National Executive Committee, or the National Executive Council of Nigerian Bar Association. Gentlemen, I want to pledge my loyalty to whoever comes as the President of the Bar. I want to say categorically that the three persons contesting for that office, they are persons I can work with. Because the truth is that the office of third vice president is to assist the president, and that is what I will do without fail. It's like a team of 11 players. There is a striker, there is a supporting striker. The president is striking while we are supporting. I'm going to synergize with the president and members of the executive to ensure that we have a balanced bar. Thank you very much. Michael Olorumola for the office of third vice president.
Thank you, Mr. Olorumola. Please go next. Amina Garba Zainab.
The chairman, ECMBA, Learned Silks here present, seniors and colleagues. My name is Zainab Aminu Garba. I am the vice chairman of MBA Kaduna branch. I served previously as the immediate past chairperson of FIDA Kaduna State. I head the mentorship committee of the Women Forum, and I have served MBA in several other committees, heading them or being a member of such committees, including the disciplinary committee, finance committee, dinner committee, and several others. I have been cleared to run for the office of the third vice president. And my mission here is to inform you that I don't have anything to do on my own as a vice president, but I can chip in a word of advice to whoever becomes president. But our constitutional duty is in Article 9, sub 5D, paragraphs 1 to 4, and they are very clear. The first one has to do with presiding over meetings where the president, the first and second vice presidents are not around. The second one is to be a coordinator to branches that may be assigned to me to oversee. That is, if I'm giving your votes to serve in this capacity, and also to encourage the formation of branches. Now, in doing all this, it is either the president, where he deems fit, he assigns these responsibilities to me, or the National Executive Council or National Executive Committee, as the case may be, or at AGM. Constitutionally, the vice president cannot on their own come up with particular ideas to say this is what I want to do. But you can, if given the opportunity, act as an advisor where you have some ideas in your head that you are itching for them to happen. I rest my case here and urge you for your support and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to stick with you for this question, so you'll answer first. And this is a question that has come in from your colleagues, lawyers. Some people have said that the third vice president is an unwieldy addition to the national executive that already has 2 vice presidents. Would you agree? And what justification and value are you bringing on board to justify your role as third vice president?
Thank you. I do not agree because the NBA Constitution recognizes 3 zones. Now, if there are going to be 2 vice presidents, it means, and normally by our Constitution, the first vice president is supposed to come from the same zone with the president. Now, if we have only 1 more office of a vice president, it means one of the zones may not be represented. And then the other issue as to what I would like to do, if given the opportunity, if my president is somebody that I could advise, is the issue of mentorship of not just young lawyers, but even average age lawyers, senior lawyers. At every point in time, mentorship is never too much. It's something that one has to continue to tap from somebody who is ahead of you. And the other thing is the issue of compulsory pupillage for lawyers coming out from the law school. We have cases of lawyers that don't even know how to announce appearance in court, and they already...
Thank you. Time up. Please answer the question, Mr. Loromola.
Yes, I will answer this question in 2 ways. First, I want to salute the wisdom of our forefathers, our leaders, who divided the bar into 3. The West, the East, and the North. The essence of having 3 vice presidents is to ensure that each section of the bar has some proper representation. Then secondly, I want to say that the executive committee comprises only 10 men. 10 men are not too plenty to manage the affairs of the bar. So it is about synergy. It's about teamwork. It's about ensuring that we come together as a committee and bring about the best for the bar. I believe that the office of third vice president is vital, it's important, and it is good we have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leonard Silks, Leonard Seniors, colleagues in the room and online, I present to you your candidates for the office of third vice president. Please take a bow, shake hands, and exit the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, can we have candidates for the office of second vice president come up stage? Candidates for the office of second vice president, please come up stage. We have 2 candidates for this office, and they are both physically present. Mrs. Bolatuni Animashaun, 3 minutes. Please go first.
Leonard,
please can we settle down? Please let's all be seated so we can hear them.
Senior colleagues, learned colleagues. My name is Bolatuni Animashaun, a former vice chairman of NBA Lagos branch, and I hold a master's degree in public administration, and I'm a certified CIDA mediator. I am vying for the post of the second vice chairman of this branch, and I promise, based on my experience, my maturity, that I have a lot to bring to the table to make the next tenure, very successful one, because I've done that before when I was the vice chairman of MBA Lagos branch, the biggest branch in MBA. So I promise that I will deliver and fulfill my constitutional obligation based on my experience. I will support whoever come up as the president, as I've always done. And also, whatever assignment I'm given by the president, I will put in my experience and my maturity to make sure that the president fulfill his promises that he was given the mandate to become the president of this association. As for the branches, it's part of the vice chairman and vice president's duty to oversee the branches. Like I said, I have experience in mediation. I'm a certified mediator, and I believe that with my experience, because I work with the Lagos State Multi-Door Court House, and I've been able to settle so many disputes, I can resolve disputes, and I'll bear that to the MBA to make sure that all the rancors that we're always having in branches, for the branches under me, I'll make sure that there is no rancor, little or no rancor, because I will bring my mediation experience to the table if elected. And also for an inclusive bar, I always liaise or have rapport with the young lawyers. So no part of MBA or no member of the MBA will be left out. Whether you are senior or you are a young lawyer, we make sure that I encourage and support the president to make sure that we have an all-inclusive bar.
Well done, Ma. Yes. Time up. Thank you, Ma. Please go next, Mr. Pius.
My name is Pius Idemudia Oiwo. I am the immediate past chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Benin branch. Before then, I was the secretary of the branch. I am running for the office of the second vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association in the forthcoming election. I have a track record of experience and achievements, 57 of them verifiable. First is my passion towards ensuring the welfare of members of the bar. I have done so well in terms of capacity building, and that is one hallmark which I intend to bring on the table when elected as the second vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association. We shall intervene and from time to time reach out to the branches, regular visits to the branches to ensure that the branches work. For I know that the branches are the soul and the hallmark of the association. We shall continue to galvanize and ensure that the branches are carried along with the policies and programs of the association. We shall ensure also constant training and retraining for members of the Nigerian Bar Association at various branches. Most of the things that we want to also do is to ensure that I spearhead through the person that will be elected as the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, the expansion of branches of the Nigerian Bar Association. Branches that are not functional will certainly be phased out. But branches that are vibrant, branches that are, of course, desire to be sustained, will continue to enjoy the pride of place. I want to assure you that as second vice president of Nigerian Bar Association, I shall work as a team with members of the ESCO towards ensuring that the association gets to where it ought to get to. I will not watch and see where members of the branch are harassed by security agents. In fact, I have done it before. I will continue to do so. If my president sends me, he gives me a marching order, I move. I have done it before. I've had situations where security men were made to refund monies that they collected illegally from lawyers and even litigants. That I will continue to do as second vice president of Nigerian Bar Association. I also want to assure you that as second vice president of Nigerian Bar Association, members of the bar will continue to have a sense of belonging. We shall continue to have a stake in whatever we do as an association. We shall change the narrative. We shall ensure that the bar regains its pride of place. We shall also ensure that things that ought to be done will be done properly. I have been very active in even the issues of mediation. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Association of Chartered Institute of Mediators and Conciliators. I have done so well in that area. I have also ensured that lawyers were engaged towards assisting, particularly the young lawyers, in pro bono services, and to ensure that people who are in captivity, those who are unable to get legal services, are given. Once again, pious.
Time up. Thank you. So this is a question that has been sent in by your colleagues, and you have spoken to some of the issues that this question asks. But please give us more specifics. How are you going to ensure harmony and compliance with constitutional guidelines in the branches under the zones that you supervise? What specific practical steps will you suggest to ensure compliance and harmony with constitutional guidelines in the branches that you supervise? Did you get the question? Please go first.
Well, the Constitution is very, very clear, and it's the ground norm of our association. I will continue with the contribution and with the support of whoever emerges as the president towards ensuring a regular visit to the branches and then calling for stakeholders session and meetings towards ensuring that the right thing is done. We've had hitches in the past. We've had challenges in the past, and that would not be the way forward. We shall ensure that the proper thing is done, and then those who are aggrieved are brought together in a round table. We shall ensure too that certain things, grievances, and the issues that cause disharmony amongst us as members is done away with. We shall respect the constitutional provisions to its latter. Please, I urge for your support. Pius Idemudia Oiwo, for second Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association.
Thank you. Mrs. Anima Shaun.
Yes, the first thing I will do is to have a rapport, form a forum with the chairmen of the branches to find out what their challenges are and what their problems are, and let them be aware of what their constitutional rights are and what are expected of them. If they have any challenges with that, we shall resolve that at the neck. And apart from that, I'll be in regular communication with all the branch chairmen and ESCO, and if there is any record or any problem with them, based on my experience, my training as a certified mediator, of which I've been able to resolve many disputes, even at the level of at the state level, I think I'll bring my experience to bear on resolving such disputes in branches.
Thank you. Learned Silks, learned colleagues, I present to you your candidates for the office of second Vice President. Thank you very much. Please take a bow, shake hands, and exit the stage. Do we have the two candidates for the position of Assistant General Secretary online now? Can we take them before we go to the first Vice President? Candidates for the office of Assistant General Secretary. While we wait, two of them. Have you identified them? Good. Please, for those standing at the back of the room, we have an overflow. Please, can you just move there and sit down so that we can have some order in the house? Those standing at the back of the room, we have an overflow. You could please move there. Thank you. Mr. Henry Barnabas Heyi and Mr. Sheon Aka. If you can hear me, Mr. Aka, please go first.
Thank you very much.
If you can hear me, you have three minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Oluwa Sheon Aka. I am more popularly known as Sheon Aka of Nigeria. I am contesting for the position of Assistant General Secretary of our great association. My manifesto is currently on ECMBA platform, that's ecmba.org, where I've outlined all
a very
that
quiet
I
place.
will
I need
do,
to make a presentation.
all that I will do as an assistant secretary, as an assistant general secretary. However, I've garnered experience in this area because I've been the assistant secretary of my branch, MBA Korodu branch. I've also been a former branch secretary of my branch, and I've also been a member of NEC. All these experiences is enough for me to do more at the national level. However, as an assistant general secretary, I understand that the show is for my boss, who is the general secretary and the president and other executive members of our great association. My major duty is to ensure that my general secretary succeed. And how do I ensure my general secretary succeed? Is to bring or to come forward with ideas, innovative ideas, as to how to improve on what we have met. Now, you all agree with me that the secretariat in the past 5 years or in the past 10 years has changed. All the people that have been working, all the past officers have been working, striving hard to improve on what they made. And till today, we have, they have done so well, kudos to them, but will you also agree with me that there is there are a lot of room for improvement? I've read the manifestos of both the General Secretary, and everybody agrees on one thing, that the very panacea to the main problem that we all face as legal practitioners as of today is the stamp and seal, and they are all looking towards digitization, to digitize the system, to have a digital stamp. Yes, we can do that, but I'm also coming with other ideas. In our digital system, we can have a situation whereby even our stamp and seal, our Supreme Court numbers, we can have a link with fintech companies that can use our Supreme Court numbers to open account for each lawyers, whereby even when you are having your stamp and seal, when you are having your documents, you pay into those accounts, and clients will know that no, you cannot do, it's no longer business as usual, whereby you can underpay or overpay. Now you are paying to the association, and lawyers can always have access to that. We can also have what is known as the unified record system for all our.
Time up. Thank you. Mr. Ehi, Mr. Barnabas Ehi.
Yes, ma'am.
If you can hear me, please go ahead. Speak to us for 3 minutes.
I can hear you. Please, you permit me. Yeah, the place is echoing, so just permit me, please. My name is Henry Barnabas Ehi, aka also known as Mr. Steve. I'm a candidate for the office of Assistant General Secretary, and by far currently one of the youngest aspirants for national office. Because of the time constraint, I'll just go straight to the nitty-gritties of the innovations that we intend to perform as Assistant General Secretary. Well, right now, as it is, they have been route for regarding the issue of stamp and seal. So my channel will be to synergize with the General Secretary to ensure that the deliverables and timelines are met on stamp and seal application, and the application itself, as well as dispatching of such stamp and seal. And then we need to also, as an institution, try to publicize the benefits that members, can access. For example, there are death benefits for members. There was a sad incident of our member who actually we lost one of our members from one of those branches, and unfortunately for them, they did not apply for the death benefits within the stipulated time. So our discovery was that most branches, most individuals do not know the benefits of you paying for stamp and seal. And that is one of the innovations I seek to introduce. What are the benefits of members as MBA members in the Nigerian Bar Association? And these are the things we hope to do: publicize the benefits and how you can access these benefits. There are numerous benefits, and these are the things that we hope to achieve. And lastly, the office of the Assistant General Secretary, by constitution, is stipulated for young lawyers. Although it is not really, pinpoint to, the number of years of court that cannot access it, but I think the drafters of the constitution intend that the office for assistant general secretary as well as for that of the publicity secretary, assistant public secretary, is meant for young lawyers. That's why they made the minimum of 5 years at the bar as the requirement for post-court. So if you look at all other offices, every other office requires 10 years at the bar to assess, while the office of the assistant general secretary and that of the assistant public secretary requires 5 years to 9 years post-court. By God divine, I'm the youngest, I'm 9 years post-court, and it will be of great benefit that the young lawyers, as it were, have a taste of leadership and able to bring up innovation as regards the legal trends that's happening in our legal space. I call on everybody to please support me in this endeavor, and I will not disappoint each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
I'm going to stick with you, Mr. Ehi, for this question, which has come in from your colleagues. You go first, so please listen to the question. Many of your colleagues say that to access records from the Secretariat is a Herculean task. So what innovation or support would you offer the Office of General Secretary in ensuring proper record keeping in the NBA Secretariat, such that when people need records and they approach the Secretariat, we do not have to call back past officers to produce such records? What innovations or support would you offer the Office of General Secretary in ensuring proper record keeping in the NBA Secretariat?
Thank you. The answer to that question is quite simple. Technology, technology, technology. If you remember the days when we incorporate companies in CAC, we use the manual check-in, check-out, and whatever it is, and the application for process of, certificate and, whatever view takes time. But now, within, few minutes, you can access records at the CAC. So technology is going to help the MBA in accessing and saving records and data, right? So we are going to try and improve on our, database and our technology advancement and ensure that each and every one of us can just have information at their fingertips and access to data in a twinkle of an eye. So I'm going to introduce as much as possible the best form of technology that the MBA can access in receiving and retrieving of data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Aka? We can't hear you. You have to unmute. We can't hear you.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. We all agree that this is jet age, and there is little or nothing that can be achieved without digital or technology. So, it's still on the same point. When we have our records digitized, it is very, very easy for anybody or the authorized body to access it and make it available for whoever needs it. One of those things I'm trying to bring up on board with the support of the GS is that we should have a section for all our NEC resolutions and AGM. On our national website, there should be a link that can be clicked and you have all the resolutions and all information that you need about NBA. Also, I'm also looking at a situation whereby all branches that has websites, those websites can be listed on the national website, so that on coming to NBA website, you can always access every other branch.
Time up. Thank you very much. Thank you. At this stage, before we go back to the candidates for the office of First Vice President, the ECMBA has a message to pass on. So I'm going to bring up our very dynamic ECNBA chair, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Olusegun Abimbola, to give us a quick message before we proceed with the debate. Thank you, Leonard.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I trust that it's been an interesting afternoon so far. Just a quick information for all of us. Today, one of the things going on is not just this Manifesto Day. We're actually carrying out a mock election right now. And so perhaps you might not have been aware, But please check your phones, check your emails. You could have been randomly selected as one of those that will participate in the mock elections. We sent out a notification yesterday to those that would participate. So if you received a notification yesterday of a mock election, that means you had been selected to participate. So please check your phones, check your emails. If you receive the voter credentials, follow through with it and vote. This is one of the steps we're taking just to also do a reconnaissance, if you want to call it that, of the voting system, so that we are sure that the system works the way we expect it to work. We have done test messaging, we have done all that, and so this is one of those processes. So please check, because I understand that a number of people have not voted and they have received it. So maybe you are busy preparing for what is going on here, but please go ahead, check and vote. The time runs till 4 p.m., so it's not for the whole day. It runs from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the mock election. So please go ahead and do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Please, those online should also check. The time runs till 4 p.m. So we go back to the election, the manifesto day process, and I'm going to call up the candidates for the office of First Vice President. I understand that there are 6 candidates for this position, so we are going to do it in 2 batches. We're going to call up 3 of the candidates first, after which we'll bring up the other 3. So please join us on stage. Mr. Gerald Aboyi, is he in the room? Mr. Aboyi, are you in the room? Mr. Bartolomeo Aguebodo, please join us on stage if you are in the room. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. Sebastian Aya, is he in the room? Thank you. Please join us on stage. Mr. Aboyi, is Mr. Aboyi in the room? No? Okay, can I have Mr. Promise Iwezo? Is online. Please check if Mr. Iwezo, please join us on stage. Please check if Mr. Aboyi is online. And then the other candidates, Mr. Reginald Ogwadu and Mr. Williams Sosiprie, are they in the room or online? They are online. They're here. One of them is here. Okay, thank you. So we'll take these first 3 candidates, and then we'll do a second batch and bring up the next 3. So gentlemen, you are going to speak to us for 3 minutes each. 3 minutes each. I'll start with you, Mr. Sebastian Anya. Please turn on the blue lights. Thank you.
The blue light from your panel.
We can't hear you. Please turn on the blue lights.
On the light. The light.
No, the other one.
It's on. It's on. It's on.
I hear you're good to. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, ECMBA, and your working committee, the Secretary of MBA just entered, distinguished senior advocates, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Sebastian Anya. I am a member of MBA Agwata branch in Anambra State. Although biologically I'm from Cross River State, NYC sent me to Anambra State. While there, I have served the branch in various capacities. As chairman of the branch, secretary of the branch, and other offices. As chairman of the branch, within 2 years of my administration, I built a story building bar center, completed it and handed over to the branch. I also built other income generating structures for the branch. Now, what will I do when I'm elected as a chairman, as first vice president of MBA? My role is, first of all, chief advisor to Mr. President. Because ours is a beautiful profession, a profession that is respected all over the country. Every common man believes that having a lawyer is having a solution, and so we have a responsibility. First of all, our advice, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, that our jobs that are taken away by foreign lawyers, we must stop foreign lawyers from taking our jobs by building continual legal education for our members, strong legal education to ensure that our members are equipped in modern realities of our economic policies, especially legal policies like IA. If we don't train our lawyers well to take the job for the white men, for the foreign lawyers, we'll be left empty-handed. And so we'll retrain ourselves and make sure that our jobs are not taken by foreign lawyers. I will also invite Mr. President that will call for a town hall meeting where stakeholders in NBA and the judges will sit in one hall and discuss our problems. How comes now people say go to court when you are annoyed? In civilized clients, you hear that, you hear from a lawyer, you know there's such trouble. How come people sit in their comfort and say go to court? What is the problem? What is wrong? We will sit, hold a town hall meeting and discuss our problem and make sure that our problems are solved and so that people will turn the respect they have for us. As it is, we'll make sure that we build on pro bono offices. We increase pro bono. We'll try to see how we can leverage on it to help the less privileged. Because when you cannot help Nigerians who are less privileged, who have no access to justice, it therefore means that you have lost your responsibility as a man who is respected. What do? We will make sure that Mr. President elevate that office of pro bono to help indigenous people, to also help our colleagues who have problems, to see that they move. I will also insist that Mr. President have liaison officers in each of the branches of NBA. And by so doing, we will appoint young lawyers who will be liaison officers for Mr. President to...
Time up. Time up. Thank you. Mr. Akwekwodo, please go next.
My name is Bartholomew Agwebodo. I'm a member of the MBA Ikeja branch, the immediate past chairman of the MBA Ikeja branch. I will not bore this august gathering with what I have done. Rather, I will concentrate on what I will do when elected as the first vice president of the MBA. Telling this house what I will do when I become, what I did when I was the chairman of the MBA is misappropriating proprieties because I am not the chief executive going by the MBA constitution. When I was the branch chairman, I was the alter ego. But when elected as the first vice president, I have to come to the reality that there is a president I must have to work under. The Constitution made it clear that the president assigns regions or branches for the first vice president to oversee. When that duty is assigned, I have a four-pronged programs to pursue within the region assigned me. The first one is, it doesn't only pertain to young lawyers, but both young lawyers and older lawyers. Lawyers complain of abject poverty within the profession, the rank and file of the profession, all through. It is one thing to have the knowledge. It is another thing to convert the knowledge to a money-making machine. And that I would encourage through mentorship and running intercooperating programs among the branches assigned to me so that young lawyers could put the skills they have acquired into use, particularly the billing system we are not taught in school and client management. The second leg of it will be the issue of police harassment or harassment by security operatives. The National Committee is doing a wonderful work, but there is still a lot of work to be done at the branch level. To avoid a situation when the national body is overflowed, I will have a rapid response squad committee within the branches assigned to me so that we will be able to interface with the executive committees of the branches to enable us tackle the menace of security harassment. Then coming home with the third one, I have always maintained, even as the branch chairman, that MBA is a brand. And the issue of some branches not being viable is supposed to be a thing of the past. How do I intend to achieve that? The branches assigned to me, I will have to interface with the executive committees in such a way that they will be able to actually generate funds to sustain themselves, I urge this August gathering to vote for me, Bartolome Agwebodo, as the first vice president.
Time up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please go next, Mr. Iwezo.
Good afternoon, everybody. Permit me stand on the decision protocol. My name is Dr. Promise Iwezo. I'm a fellow Chartered Institute of Management Consultant. I have served the bar in various capacities. I've been a chairman of a bar, a secretary. On the regional level, I have served the EBF as a treasurer. I have that worth of experience for the office of the first vice president. When we talk about the office of the first vice president, what does it entail? The function is contained in the constitution of MBA. And who is the bar? The bar is the president we are talking about. To represent the president on where he is not present, to assist him in discharging his duty where need be, to do that which he's supposed to do when he's not there. That is the office of the first vice president. We have 3 regions. Any region assigned to me, I will collaborate with all the bar chairmen there, and I have a group. Both the vice chairman of that zone, which I established a WhatsApp group where we will interact and find out the activities that is going on. I don't need the president. Once I have an information from that zone, I will quickly represent the president, because whatever I do in line with the Constitution, the president owns it. I do it good, which I know I will work in line with the Constitution of MBA. To represent the president when he's not there, his duties are enshrined in the Constitution. I will do that requires the president to do. If you ask me on the human rights, there are many lawyers are embarrassed today, beating on the street, which I just need to be there at time, and I need that zone, the chairman and the vice chairman, to give me an information. Anything I do within that area, that zone assigned to me, that is the job of the president to which I'm doing. And I know I will not go outside the Constitution, which marks the function and duty of the president. I will do those things to make sure we have a better bar. It's time we have to talk about a better bar. It's time we talk about a bar that everybody will be proud of. And that's why I'm here, gentlemen. I ask for your vote. I have done it. On the welfare of the members of my zone, I did it when I was the chairman. I was able, the welfare of my branch, the welfare of my branch, you pay 100% of your welfare, 80% return back to you as a welfare package for retirement, and it's still holding on up to today. I will do more if given the opportunity for the office of the first vice president of MBA. Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you very much. This is a question that has come in from your colleagues, and you've all alluded to the functions of the office of the first vice president. The first vice president effectively deputizes the president when he's away. What support, ideas, and what strength of character? Gentlemen, we're talking specifics. What support, ideas, and strength of character will you offer your president in that deputy role? Please go first, Doctor.
The functions of the president is already there. The character, we are talking about integrity. Whatever we do as the first vice president, we are talking about that is what the president does. That is the duty of the president. So we must protect and project the president, his office, with a very good character. So anything we do in your zone, on the street, in the branch, you are representing the president. So I'll be able to defend the president with a good character, because I have integrity for that. I have done it, and I will continue to do that. The president will not be everywhere. The president might be away. We should be able to represent the president whenever it's not even available within the town or within the country. So I should go there to represent the president, because I'm speaking for the bar when the president is not there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go next.
I will categorize my response in 2 broad ways. The first one is, what advice will I give to the president as his vice. The bar we met when we came in was a fearless bar, a bar that stands to power and speaks truth to power. I will be my president to ensure that MBA returns as the voice of the voiceless and the face of the faceless, by actually running through those complaints that even our own members raise, that what do MBA do for us? That I will prefer advice to my president. On the second leg, on what will I do in the absence of the president? The office of the president is one that requires capacity. It is one that requires integrity. It is one that requires character. It is one that requires presence. And I think from my antecedent, I am not only due.
Time up. Thank you.
Yes, for me, MBA is the arm of government that is recognized by the Constitution. It's so respected by the whole Nigerians. And so whoever becomes the president of Nigeria must be a person with character. And whoever is vying for vice president must be a person with good character. Because if you don't have character, you cannot support Mr. President. Now, go back to our antecedent. We have been chairman in various branches. What do you leave behind? What do people say about you? How do they recognize you? How do they regard you? It is how they value you, what you have presented, who you are, that can advise Mr. President to do the right thing, and Mr. President will hear you. I think that as it is, Office of Vice President, like I said, Chief Advisor, you must first of all have what it takes before you can advise. And I assure you that for me to come for customer to be in Anambra and be elected as chairman and chairman, show the character I have, you show the competence I have, show the credibility I have, show the type of person I have, that I can advise Mr. President to do the right thing, and he will do. That's what I think we should do.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, please take a bow, shake hands, and exit the stage. Thank you. Candidates for the office of First Vice President. We have 3 more candidates. Can we get them up stage if they're in the room? Okay, we have 2 of them in the room and 1 online. Technical team, have we identified the candidates online? Candidates for the office of First Vice President. Have we identified the 3rd candidate online? Have we identified the 3rd candidate online? If you can hear us, please wave your hand so that we can identify you online and bring you up to speak. Yes? Thank you. Gentlemen, you have 3 minutes each. I'll start with you, Mr. Reginald Uguadu. Pardon me if I murdered your name. Please feel free to introduce yourself and speak to us for 3 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Reginald Uguadu. I am a member of Port Harcourt branch, and I bring you greetings from the Garden City. I am one person that is privileged to tell you that I've been in Ikeja branch. I had 5 active years in Ikeja. I made my mark there. Returning back to Port Harcourt, I've been very active in the practice in Port Harcourt. I've been in the branch executive, I've been in NEC. Now, concerning the office of First Vice President, we know that under Section 9, subsection 5B, 1 to 4, I to IV, the duties of the First Vice President is clearly spelled out. Now, basically, what the Vice President is required to do is to make sure that he holds the hands of the President high, making sure that the President steers the ship of state to that destination we all desire. Now, as lawyers, what do we want? We want an MBA that works for everybody. Now, we know that as First Vice President, under the direction of the President, branches will be assigned to me. Now, the branches assigned to me it will be my responsibility in collaboration and cooperation of the leadership of the branches to make sure that the 5-point agendas which I have set out are achieved. Now, the first one is knowledge sharing. Now, knowledge sharing is very important. It cuts across all demographics. Now, for me, I've gone to Lagos branch, I've seen their model of knowledge sharing. That is one thing I would like us to bring down to the various branches that will be under my supervision. Now, using their model, it will be a situation where our branches that are not doing very well when it comes to knowledge sharing, I can impact that with their leadership, share ideas with them. Now, we have the welfare of our lawyers. Now, when we talk about welfare, it's not just the young lawyers. We are talking about our elderly lawyers. Now, the elderly ones, all of a sudden, we see them no more. Now, using the model, which I still saw in Lagos branch, they have what they call the Elders' Night. The Elders' Night is an occasion for these our elderly lawyers to come and have that conviviality with other members and also share the traditions of the bar. In such events, we get to listen to the elderly ones. Tell us how it was before. What was it that made the MBA thick? In those days...
Time up. Time up. Thank you very much. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Can we keep the noise down? Please, can we keep the noise down? It's too noisy. Please, can we keep the noise down? Three minutes. Please go ahead.
Gentlemen, let me observe all protocols. My name is Williams Sosi-Prie. I'm a member of NBA Port Harcourt branch. I'm here to seek your support for the position of the first vice president. And why do I want that position? I want that position because I want a bolder bar. I want that position because I want a better bar. I want that position because I want a bigger bar. Gentlemen, there are so many hanging fruits in our laws. Those hanging fruits, if we apply them, if we harvest them, many of our colleagues will not be unemployed today. Section 66, subsection 3 of the Nigerian Police Establishment Act provides that no fewer than one lawyer shall be employed in every police station in Nigeria to monitor human rights activities. In the case of Obiojako against Obiojako, 17 Nigerian Weekly Law Report, Part 1875, the court ruled that it is only the office of the Attorney General or anyone issued a fiat that can prosecute a matter in the magistrate court or any court in Nigeria. Gentlemen, if you vote for me as the first vice president, in synergy with the president, we will ensure that these laws are brought to bear on our colleagues. We will ensure that these laws are applied, these laws are enforced. And when we enforce these laws, most of our young lawyers will not suffer what they are suffering today. Gentlemen, in synergy with the president, I'm looking forward as we come to power come August 2024, we'll bring pressure to bear on the government to ensure that these laws are enforced so that our colleagues will be employed, so that the issue of unemployment of young lawyers and even older lawyers will be abated. I have an 8-point agenda, but gentlemen, I will just take 3 of them. I've taken 1. The issue of e-filing. Gentlemen, why are we still suffering from e-filing? In River State, where I come from, we file our processes from our bedrooms. We file our processes from our offices. Why can't we apply same to all the courts in Nigeria? Gentlemen, in cooperation with the President and ESCO and NEC, we will ensure and pressurize the Nigerian judiciary to switch to e-filing. In any case where we cannot enforce e-filing, there will be an alternative route of physical filing. Gentlemen, I tell you, I'm talking from experience. As someone who came from River State, as someone who came from Port Harcourt branch, We don't file cases manually. We stay in our offices and file cases. You can even file your case in Russia. You can even file your case if you are in Ukraine. You don't need to go and file physical case.
Time up. The noise is too much. You're making our candidates shout. Please, can we keep the noise down? The candidates are practically shouting so that they can be heard. Please.
Gentlemen, vote me as your first vice president.
Your time is up. I believe that you heard the questions that we put up. Oh, great. I forgot that we had another candidate online. Yes.
Okay. Please, I've been waiting and I was almost getting desperate.
I'm not sure that we can hear you, but if you can hear us, please go ahead.
Please, my name is Dr. Gerard Aboyi, and I was called to the Nigerian bar on the 9th of June, 1994, at the young age of 22. My take in coming out to contest for the office of the first vice president of the NBA is to enable me bring an intrinsic and utilitarian value to that office. What am I bringing to the table? I am going to implement. I'll be at the head of implementation of the vision of the president of the bar, because his vision is going to be my mission. But be that as it may, there is no gainsaying the fact that lawyers are poor in several categories. It's not only young lawyers, it has affected both the old and the young. And we are going to come in with good experience, good teachings to assist this noble profession. This is the largest bar in Africa. We should not be suffering the way we are suffering. Affidavits, I am going to support the legislation that will make affidavits strictly for lawyers, for notary publics, except those that have to do with court affairs. It's a good way of boosting lawyers' remuneration. And more also, lawyers too should be involved seriously in tax matters. Tax matters is a place we have not coordinated very, very well. I hold a PhD in law from University of Calabar. I hold 2 master's degree in law from University of Calabar. That is why I said my value will be intrinsic. We are going to demystify a lot of things. And with the office of the first vice president as provided in the Constitution under Section 9, 5B, is such that you're not just coming in to be a spare tire to Mr. President. You are coming in with good ideas, good foundation you have gleaned over these years. You are bringing in very beautiful support. In the office of Mr. President, you are the next person at the helm of the affair. It is not the General Secretary. You are going to present over neck. You are going to do what Mr. President can do. Very, very important that credibility, accountability, integrity is part of your portion and criteria for you to have before coming into that office. These are in abundance with us. We have proven the method. We are the helms of the affairs when we led the formation of MBA Obolafo branch as the 4th branch in Enugu State. Today, Obolafo branch is close to 200 numerically. We have produced judges, we have produced magistrates. Talk of empowering lawyers. We will go and do our fundamental function as provided by the Constitution, but then we have a lot of ideas to share. Thank you. God bless you, CBA.
Thank you very much. Dr. Aboyi, while we still have you, I'll stick with you. I believe you heard the question earlier. When the president is away, what support, ideas, and what strength of character will you offer your president in your role as deputy? Please go first, Dr. Aboyi.
The bottom line is based on loyalty. You must be loyal, absolutely, to Mr. President. But that does not make you immobile. No. Loyalty goes with your ability to furnish Mr. President with good ideas and represent him. You have to be that his form that he is already as Mr. President. That it is left for you to further project that image responsibly. And that we have done. I was the former chairman of MBA Obolafo, the pioneer chairman, with less than 40 members. But today, Obolafo branch has over 250 members. Obolafo branch has produced judges, has produced magistrates. Talk of empowering lawyers. And in any case, talk of loyalty to Mr. President. I am a team player. I am somebody that you can bank on and say, this is the man that will do what I can do if I am absent. I have the track records to prove that. I was formerly in the Ikeja branch, where we made that branch the egalitarian bar it is answering today. This is me, Dr. Gerald Ugochukwu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. William Susupe, please go next. Please turn on the blue light. We can't hear you.
Hello? It's on. Gentlemen, the president has a manifesto. In the absence of the president, I will make sure that his programs, which he has aligned, which he promised the Nigerian lawyers, are all fulfilled. That's what I will do in the absence of the president. Gentlemen, for a bigger bar, for a bold bar, for a better bar, vote for William Sosipre as first vice president. God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
Yes, one strength of character I will bring to bear in the absence of the president is it's the issue of contentment. Now, when you have contentment, you are not overtly ambitious. Now, the contentment I'll bring, I'll make sure that the programs of the president are carried out the way it's set down. Now, I'm not going to be that person that will be quarreling with my president. I'll make sure we work together to make sure that whatever we set out to do as an administration is carried out. I am your candidate, your sure bet for the office of first vice president. My name is Reginald Ugwado. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have the 3 candidates in the room come up so that all 5 candidates in the room can take a good photograph before they exit the stage? Yes, no? Are the other 3 candidates still in the room? For the office of first vice president? Do we still have the candidates for the office? Please come up stage. Shake hands, take a bow before you exit the stage. We have 6 candidates for this office. Do we have the 5th person in the room? Leonard Silks, Leonard Seniors, colleagues in the room and online, your candidates for the office of first vice president. Thank you very much. So we're left with the presidential debate, and at this point we'll take another short break to serve some refreshments, stretch our legs, and then we'll come back after 10 minutes. So please remain seated so that we can give you our refreshments.
2024 is around the corner. In order to vote during this election, your name must be on the final voter register published by the ECMBA. Details for voting will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile on the ECMBA final voter register. To vote, all you need is a web browser on your phone, tablet, or computer. We are using an online voting platform, and this is where you will cast your vote. The election opens at 12 a.m. on election day. A private and personalized voting link will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile as an eligible voter. Do not share this link. Click the link and enter your Supreme Court number, and you will be taken immediately to the ballot selection screen to see the list of positions along with those contesting for them. Proceed to select your preferred candidate in each position. Please ensure you make a choice for each position. After completing the selection process, click on Continue to proceed to the verification page. On the verification page, the ballot will be shown back to you with the selections you made. Review it carefully and then click Submit Ballot to finalize the selection, or you may choose to go back to make corrections. Once the ballot is submitted, it can no longer be changed, so check that your choices are accurately reflected on the verification screen before submitting. You have now voted. You will see a thank you confirmation screen acknowledging that your vote has been registered for that ballot. An email confirmation that you have placed your vote will also be sent. Then sit tight and wait for the announcement of the results, or visit go.ecnba.org for the latest information on the elections and results. For assistance, please contact support@evn.ng or call our contact center on 070-8067-2006. This message was brought to you by the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association.
something I just finished. The Nigerian Bar Association election for the year 2024 is around the corner. In order to vote during this election, your name must be on the final voting register published by the ECMA. Details for voting will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile on the ECMA final voting register. To vote, all you need is a web browser and a tablet or computer. We are using an annual voting card, and this is where you cast your vote. Election opens at 12 a.m. on election day. A private and personalized voting link will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile as an eligible voter. Do not share this link. Click the link and enter your Supreme Court number, and you will be taken immediately to the ballot selection screen to see the list of positions along with those contesting for them. Proceed to select your preferred candidate in each position. Please ensure you make a choice for each position. After completing the selection process, click on Continue to proceed to the verification page. On the verification page, the ballot will be shown back to you with the selections complete. Review it carefully and then click Submit Ballot to finalize the selection, or you may choose to go back to make corrections. Once the ballot is submitted, it can no longer be changed, so check that your choices are accurately reflected on the verification screen before submitting. You have now voted. You will see a thank you confirmation screen acknowledging that your vote has been registered for that ballot. An email confirmation that you have placed your vote will also be sent. Then sit tight and wait for the announcement of results, or visit go.ecmba.org for the latest information on the elections and results. For assistance, please contact support@ecm.ng or call our contact center on 070-8067-2006. This message was brought to you by the Electoral Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association.
Please, can we proceed with the debate? 10 minutes is gone. Can we settle down so that we can proceed? Please, can we settle down so we can proceed with the debates? Don't forget that we have colleagues joining us online, some of who are very impatient. So please, let's proceed. Please, let's settle down. Please, let's settle down so we can proceed with the debates. Yes, sir. At this point, we come to a very critical stage of this debate, and I'm going to invite up the presidential candidates. Please, let's settle down so we can proceed. Please welcome with me on stage Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Afam Osigwe. Leonard Silk Chukwukai Kwazom, please join us on stage. And last but not the least, Mr. Tobena Erojikwe, Leonard Senior, please join us on stage. Mr. Tobena Erojikwe, please join us on stage. Mr. Tobena Erojikwe, we're waiting for you. Please, let's settle down so we can hear them speak to us. Our candidates for the office of President of the NBA will speak to us for 7 minutes each. Gentlemen, 7 minutes each. You speak to us about your plans and your manifesto, after which we'll take as many questions as we can. This is a very critical stage of the debate. In no particular order, but I'd like to start with you, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Afam Osigwe. 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. My vision in seeking to lead the NBA is to lead a unified and inclusive bar that identifies problems, anticipates challenges, and delivers solutions that work for all. My mission is to improve the standing of the NBA, strengthen and unify the bar, while delivering solutions that work for NBA. In trying to address these issues, I've grouped them under 3 thematic areas in my manifesto. 1, enhancing the welfare and professional standing of all lawyers. 2, reinvigorating public confidence in the NBA. And 3, strengthening institutional structures and increasing efficiency in the legal profession. In serving as the Publicity Secretary of MBA Abuja branch, I identified with the grassroots and tried to articulate challenges facing the MBA. And from there, I went on to lead a bar, and they gathered the experience to show how working with lawyers who operate from branches and within certain jurisdictions, and how solving their problems will improve their confidence in the MBA. Because in running from MBA chairmanship in 2010, I was principally motivated by the constant questions lawyers asked, what does MBA do for me? And I delivered excellently, if I may say that with every sense of modesty, on my manifesto, such that in 2014, when I sought to be the General Secretary, I was resoundingly elected. The building we stand in today is evidence of what we could do, or what we can do, if we prudently manage our resources. This building, we met it at the ground floor in 2014, and by August of 2016, we had commissioned it and moved into it. When I talk about caring about the welfare of lawyers, I do not by any means suggest that the MBA will give money to us or give us briefs, but say that the MBA must protect where we practice, where we eat, how we practice with dignity. And that was motivated the introduction of the current personalized stamp and seal, which we introduced in 2015. That was to fight quacks and protect the legal business. And you can't, because we realize that you cannot talk about the welfare of members without ensuring that people who belong to an association get a membership. We introduced the automatic insurance cover that you get immediately you pay your practice fee. And that was in 2015. And we continued that for 2 years. And we also sought to do other things to ensure that members get benefits, like negotiating with hotels, airlines, to ensure that there is something people enjoy by virtue of being members of the association. And we must strengthen our institutions. And that was why the Constitution was amended. We sponsored the amendment of the Constitution in 2015 to give a vote to every lawyer. As chairman of MBA, I realized that the society expects much from MBA. They expect MBA to speak and have a stand on issues that affect the society, the administration of justice, and so many issues that affect all of us. And so you find me routinely speaking. And if I dare say, I am the only candidate who has that record, speaking on TVC, Channels TV, AIT, NTA, Rice TV, speaking out what requires to be done to make for a better practice of law and legal profession. The standing of the MBA will never be recognized and appreciated by the society if we do not speak out at critical moments in our lives. If MBA does not speak, the society will not have much regard for MBA. I have a track record of speaking. I have a track record of doing so many things. And if I'm voted in as president, we must ensure that the benefits of members are uppermost, that will protect our legal business, and that will use the instrument of litigation and administrative procedure to ensure that anybody who harasses or assaults a lawyer does not get away with it. The principle being that the action must have consequences. We must strengthen our branches. We must strengthen our branches by ensuring that the Human Rights Committee work. We cannot have a situation where everything is done from Abuja. Branches must stand and be an integral part of MBA, and they must function. We must ensure that security agencies respect MBA. MBA is a brand. We must use that to our benefit and for the protection of our business and for the protection of legal practitioners. We may train lawyers all we can, but if we do not protect them to earn a living in dignity and enhance the standing of the association and unify the bar, such that the dissonant voices we have about having Law Society of Nigeria or some other name will be able to bring everybody and address issues that affect all of us. MBA has been so good to us. It has been to me. MBA has shown me that the legal profession can make the son of a trader like me rise up to be a senior advocate today, be a light bencher, and be running to be your president. The profession gives opportunity to all of us. You do not need to be the son of a big person to be somebody. But that profession will fail in its ability to do this if it does not institutionalize the way of doing things, if it does not protect us, if it does not contribute to building a better society, enthroning the rule of law, promoting the ideals for which we stand for. MBA means a lot to all of us. It has made us who we are. It has given us respect and dignity in the society. The society which has done so much for us expects so much from us. And that is where the MBA continually needs a leadership that will be best able to do this. My opponents are good, but I am better than both of them. I offer myself as the best person at this time. Indeed, please, my time is running out. If I didn't think I was better than them, I will not be running. Vote for me. You know what you are getting. You get consistency. You get result-oriented leadership, and you get a bar to be proud of. Vote for proactive bar. Vote for more civil. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's settle down so we can hear the other candidates. Please, let's settle down so we can hear our candidates. If I do not get you, if you do not keep quiet, we cannot have a debate. Please, let's settle down. Leonard Silk Chukwukaikwa, please go next. 7 minutes.
Good evening. Good evening, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Chukwukaikwa. I'm a partner in the law firm of Aluko and Oyebode. I graduated from the University of Nigeria Enugu campus. I proceeded to the law school and was called to the bar. And moderator, please, I would like to start when the hall is quiet. Please.
So you can hear our candidates, please. Let's have a debate. Please, let's keep quiet so we can hear them. We also have colleagues who are listening online. And if you keep shouting, then they can't hear. So please, let's make this as controversy-free as much as possible. Please. Please.
If there's an interruption, please pause the time, because it will be unfair to count the time on.
Okay. Technical team, if there's an interruption, please pause the time. So that then, yes. Please. Thank you. I mean, these are your candidates, and they are the ones asking that you keep quiet so they can talk. So please, let's all cooperate and make this as
Thank you very much.
possible.
My name is Chukwukaikwa. I'm a partner in the law firm of Aluko and Oyebode. I graduated from the University of Nigeria Enugu campus, was called to the Nigerian bar. In 2008, I proceeded to Columbia Law School in the city of New York, where I obtained a master's degree in law. I stayed back a few months after graduating to write the New York bar exam, which I passed. So in addition to my admission to the Nigerian bar, I'm also a qualified attorney in the state of New York. In 2017, I was elected the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Lagos branch. I pioneered transformative leadership and did a lot of activities that redefined leadership at the branch. Whenever I talk about my time as chairman of the MBA Lagos branch, I say to my colleagues who are listening to me, you don't have to take my word for it. Pick up your phone, call anybody who witnessed the work that my administration did, and they will tell you that the general consensus in my branch is that I led the largest branch of the NBA with distinction. Currently, I chair the Nigerian Bar Association Security Agencies Relations Committee. In that role, I have intervened through the committee in cases of conflicts between lawyers and security agencies. We have spoken out against authorities. We have not shied away from holding authorities to account. I am running for president, and I present to you a vision of transformative leadership and a fearless bar. A bar that will not be afraid to speak truth to power. A bar that will not shy away from the primary responsibility of the NBA to promote the rule of law. a bar that will not stand dumb in the face of oppression and violation of the rule of law, a bar that will speak truth to power at all times. That is the vision that I present to you. When you look at my manifesto, you will see that I have identified a lot of issues that I consider to be problems we have with the profession. But I acknowledge that 2 years is not an awful lot of time. If you want to be impactful as the president, you have to be clear about what you want to do, and you have to hit the ground running. So I'm going to be focusing on 3 priority areas, the first of which is justice sector reform. All of us who are in this room will agree that we have a justice sector that is totally dysfunctional. How do I propose to go about this? As president of the NBA, I am going to institute a nationwide court monitoring system that will monitor the courts through the branches of the NBA and issue reports on a weekly basis. The report does not have to be accompanied by a commentary. We're not going to be saying Justice X is a bad judge. We're just going to be saying that a particular judge sat only once in a week, and that on that day the judge sat for 2 days. We believe that this is a form of naming and shaming that will put pressure on the judges who are not performing. The other thing that we're going to do, if by the grace of God I'm elected president, is that we're going to make a clear distinction between the administration of justice and the administration of the courts. I do not believe that judges should be saddled with the responsibility of administrative matters as far as the court is concerned. That should be left in the hands of people who are trained and who are skilled. When we do that, the judges are going to have a lot of time to focus on justice delivery. Many of us will agree that there is a huge infrastructure deficit in our court system. The MB under my leadership will lead advocacy for massive investment in the court system. We're going to lead an advocacy for the infusion of technology in the justice delivery system. When I was chairman of the NBA Lagos branch, I set up a committee. When I was the chairman of the NBA Lagos branch, I set up a committee that was chaired by Mrs. Funka Adekoya. One of the things that that committee did was to work to produce, in collaboration with another NGO, an administration of civil justice bill. Now, there are great innovations in that bill, which I believe that if implemented will go a long way in addressing the concerns that we have in the judiciary. The second priority area that I'm going to focus on is welfare of the legal professional. I am going to lead a big effort to enforce Rule 3 of the Rules of Professional Conduct, which seems to protect the legal profession from intrusion by non-lawyers. We're going to make sure that law will be practiced by lawyers and that people outside of the legal profession will not come to steal our lunch. I will make sure that the Remuneration Order 2023 is enforced. I will make sure that the MBA fights for lawyers in employment, both private employment and public employment. Today, you have a situation where medical doctors are started on a different scale when they join public institutions, but lawyers that started on at a level that is far less. We're going to fight to get a special salary package for lawyers in private employment. For lawyers in private employment, I'm a partner in a law firm that has one of the best compensation packages in the profession. I am going to push the Alukanebode model and encourage other employers of lawyers to pay wages that make sense. Wages that make sense. Unlike what happens at the moment, where a lot of our people are paying wages that do not make sense. As a matter of fact, one of the things that the MBA will do is to take another look at the remuneration policy of the NBA. Because when you look at the recommended minimum salaries for lawyers, you see that those salaries that were recommended, they have not taken into account the impact of inflation. So we're going to take another look at those minimum salaries and make sure that they are brought in line with current realities, current economic realities of our time. One of the other things that we're going to do is that we're going to fight for, like I said, the infusion of technology in our court system. It doesn't make sense that in the 21st century, our judges are still recording proceedings in longhand. We're going to make sure that heads of court are encouraged to license real-time transcribers who will transcribe proceedings. Because what you find is that this handwriting of proceedings is one of the major enablers of corruption. Oftentimes, when you get on appeal and you look at proceedings, and you're wondering whether these were the same proceedings that you participated in. So these are some of the things that we're going to do to reposition the NBA, to make the bar a fearless bar that will stand up for all lawyers.
Time up. Time up. Please, let's settle down. Please, let's settle down. Thank you. Leonard Senior Tobena Irojikwe, please speak to us for 7 minutes. Please, can we be quiet?
Thank you very much, Shola, for the kindness. First of all, I would say that 7 minutes is a very short time for anybody to deliver what's in the 42-page manifesto. And as colleagues and brothers and sisters, I would ask you to just keep quiet and listen to me. If you do not hear what I have to say, you cannot hold me accountable. My name is Tobena Irojikwe. I was born 50 years ago, last March, and I am a member of the MBA Lagos branch. I have practiced law in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom. I practiced law in the United Kingdom for 10 years. I qualified in the year 2000, and I also have a master's degree in corporate finance law from the University of Westminster. In my time in the Nigerian Bar Association, I've had the privilege of being a co-opted member of my branch for 4 years and being the chairman of the Continuing Legal Education Committee of my branch for 4 years. I also served as a member of the advisory board of that branch. In that time, I chaired all the committees of the ESCO over the 4 years that I was a member of the ESCO. I brought in a lot of innovations based on what I had learned in the public sector and in the private sector, working both in England and in Nigeria. And that is why I am a big believer in certain philosophies. All that I have done in the MBA is underpinned by two major philosophies. One is investor in people. It is the belief that every organization, every association must invest in its members. It's also the belief that we must encourage social mobility by creating equal platforms and equal opportunities for everybody. And what have I done to show that these things are possible? As the chairman of the CLE committee in Lagos branch, I was able to facilitate over 70 free training sessions for our members, and free because of the investor in people ideology. I was able to pay over 200 members on mentorship schemes. The highlight of my time was when the Lagos branch spent about 5 million naira to pay for certification courses for our members to become associates of chartered institute of arbitration. What do I call that? That is an association investing in its people. As chairman of the Institute of Continuing Legal Education, I'm not talking about what you need to ask people to verify. You can verify yourselves, because people in this room have had direct and present benefit. Today, we've used technology to take training and development on all areas of law, from facilitators from across the world to our members everywhere. This is adding value. We today have a repository where you have all the learning materials and video materials there. These are the things that we've done. The highlight of my time as chairman of the board of Institute of Continuing Legal Education happened a week ago in Bayelsa, where we unlocked Nigerian money for Nigerian citizens. Over 700 lawyers were trained at no expense to themselves or the MBA, unlocking a fund that has been there and nobody has talked about. Now, what am I going to do as president of the MBA? There are many things. I was chief advisor to Olu Abata, and I was in charge of policy formulation and project implementation. In that time, members of the bar saw what was possible. And what I learned working with Olu was that we have too many resolutions that are not being implemented. And I tell you, those resolutions will be implemented for day one. The court monitoring scheme that's been referred to here was my idea. We invested over 18 million naira on that court monitoring scheme. It's moribund. We'll pick it up and push it. There's an access to finance scheme about investing in people. We saved 1.5 billion naira. And I personally negotiated 9% interest rate across 2 banks for the benefit of our members. We will implement it from day one. This building is half empty, if not more. We're going to convert it. Nigerian lawyers who don't have office spaces, we'll give you an opportunity under a ballot system. We will also set up an incubator system for the training and development of lawyers for immediate benefit to themselves. There are so many other things. We have resolutions on secretarial reform. Go and read it. Chidi Odinkalu's report, the KPMG report. What are we doing with it? Our secretariat is not functional. We don't have one single donor agency relationship. But at the MBA ICLE, we have 13 strategic partnerships. We can do it if we have the will and if we have the mind. Some say they are better than others. I'm not better than anybody. I'm one of you, but I believe in impact, and my heart is with you. So we keep moving. In the space of the RPC itself, talks about continuing professional. Shola, do I have your protection? Can they stop for a minute?
Please go ahead, Leonard Senior.
Thank you very much, Shola. To think about where we are as a profession today, the rules of professional conduct requires that you have to have a mandatory number of hours in order to practice law in Nigeria. And because of who we are, we don't even obey it. There's no license to practice or anything like that. I tell you, whether there's a controversy on it or not, because it is beneficial to our people, we will implement it from day one. I've thought about it. You look at my manifesto, it's a 42-page document that talks about resolutions that the MB has passed. And those resolutions are the resolutions that I will implement from day one, because I don't need to go back to NEC to get any authorization. But fundamentally, and this is the big card, who are we as lawyers? I think we've lost our way. The voice of the Nigerian lawyer must be heard once again. Anybody who seeks to lead you must have character. I come to you as a man that will do what he says. A man that believes in justice, equity, and fairness. I don't pussyfoot about it. Even during this electoral process, what I have shown and exhibited all the time is character. And I'll continue to exhibit it. If you don't have character, if you don't believe in the principles that uplift people, you will go nowhere and you will lead nobody. I do not want to be president of MBA. No, God forbid. I want to be your leader. And who is a leader? A leader is a man that when he's walking out of the door and he says to the people who are in the room, come, let us go and protest. Let us go and do this. Let us fight for our rights. They will say, yes, we want to come. But when they do not come, he comes back and says, is there something I'm getting wrong? Leadership is a joint venture enterprise. No leader, as good as he wants to be, better than everyone in the world, can lead without the people. I want to conscientize our members to join me in rescuing this profession. What do you hear? Think about it. I heard the other day that Bosan, Nigeria was quarreling with Bosan, Abuja, that the body of benchers were having all sorts of issues. Are those the things that concern our...
Time up. Time up. Thank you very much. So we've heard from all our presidential candidates, and now we're going to put across the questions that you have sent in, and they will have 3 minutes each to answer these questions. We're going to try to take as many questions as possible, and these questions were sent in by members of the bar. The first question is this: how can the NBA, under your leadership, ensure that Nigeria's bilateral agreements are reflective of Nigeria's strategic national interest and sovereignty? As NBA president, what synergy will you create with the Office of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation to enhance an agreement with the engagement with the federal government of Nigeria and its institutions in negotiating these agreements on behalf of our country? Do we understand the question? Should I read it again? How can the NBA, and these are questions from lawyers, how can the NBA, under your leadership, ensure that Nigeria's bilateral agreements are reflective of Nigeria's strategic national interest and sovereignty? As NBA president, what synergy will you create with the Office of the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation to enhance an engagement with the federal government and its institutions in negotiating these agreements on behalf of our country? So you have 3 minutes to answer, and I'll start with you, Mr. Tobena.
Thank you very much. I think that the first thing is to say that that interplay is determinant on third parties. So we will offer our advice, our opinion to the government. It is for them to accept it. But the first thing that we must do as a group of people is to identify that every law and every treaty that we enter into is a matter of our enlightened self-interest in terms of participation. So we must have a committee of the NBA that is fully focused on all legislative issues, that is fully focused on all forms of treaties and all forms of arrangements that government of Nigeria seeks to enter into, so that we even have a position as the MBA that is that the government knows that this is the position of the MBA and is willing to either look at it or not look at it, but not to look at it or not to say that this is a position on everything, including, I mean, when we're dealing with the African Free Trade Agreement, we never knew what the position of the MBA was. So we have to take that view and have a committee on legislations and on foreign treaties that will look at everything and then take a concrete position and then seek to engage the government on our viewpoint on the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mazi Afamosigwe, SAN.
The thinking that went into using the slogan, a proactive bar, for my campaign, for my manifesto, is to show that the bar should not be reactionary. The bar should not always criticize, but the bar should be engaged in the process. So in the lawmaking process, the MBA must once again bring back the Legislative Advocacy Committee, which will track the progress of bills in the National Assembly. The bar should be up to date in activities going on and make an input. The bar should not be in the dark about goings on in the society. The bar must constructively engage with stakeholders. And the Attorney General of the Federation, while he may be a political appointee, is a member of the bar and is the official leader of the bar. And the bar must collaborate with his office to know what engagement the government seeks to and have an understanding that allows the Attorney General to let the bar have such agreements being sought to be entered into so that the input of the bar must be got. We cannot continue to run a bar association where we find it fanciful to go to social media to criticize so as to be seen as activists. We must not only be driven by ideas, but driven by the will, the desire to solve problems. And to that extent, I want to lead a bar that is proactive, identify the existing problems, find solutions to them, anticipate the ones that are going to come, point them out, so that we'll find a solution that works for everybody in the society, because society is looking up to us. And we cannot afford to be clapped for by the public while no solution has been found, while problems keep piling up. We must work with everybody. We are equal stakeholders. We have a stake in seeing that Nigeria works. We are not an opposition party, so we have a role to contribute to nation building. We have a role to ensure that Nigeria contribute ensuring that the different agreements we enter into do not sell away our commonwealth or our sovereignty, but are ones that will inure to the betterment of Nigerians. It is good for MBA to criticize where necessary, but we, as a watchdog, we are not an opposition political party, but we have a duty to ensure that the society works orderly, and laws and agreements, laws passed and agreement entered into by the country work with the mind of ensuring that the welfare and the security of the people are the primary aim of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, can we have some quiet? Chukwuka Ekwazam, SAN, please go next.
Thank you very much. So, the bar under my leadership will be a fearless bar, but it will also be a bar that will pursue collaboration with the relevant stakeholders in our country and in the legal profession. As a matter of fact, when you look at my manifesto, you'll see that on the very first page, I did make the point that the legal profession is plagued by profound polarization, and that if we do not address all the divisions that we have, we're not going to be able to solve the issues that affect us. So as president of the NBA, I will pursue collaboration, not just with the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, but with all stakeholders within the legal profession. And the NBA under my leadership will be proactive. Once upon a time, we sat back and we woke up one morning and we saw that some amendment had been done to the Constitution that made the National Industrial Court the final court of appeal, and we all started running around. I believe that the NBA should be proactive in monitoring legislation and treaties and agreements that the country is entering into, providing valuable advice. After all, by reason of our learning as lawyers, we're better placed than most other people to be able to protect the interest of society. So the MB under my leadership will take care to establish a desk that not only at the National Assembly to monitor legislation that is being enacted, but to also follow agreements, bilateral agreements and other agreements that the country is entering into with a view to providing advice to ensure that the contents of these agreements protect the interest of Nigerians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, can we have some quiet in the room? Leonard Silk Chukwukai Kwazom, I am going to start with you on this question. Please, can we have some quiet in the room? Thank you. What decisive stance will you take to strengthen the independence of the judiciary and ensure its integrity? And how will you address cases of judicial impropriety where there's a breach of judicial code of conduct?
Thank you very much for that question. Every lawyer in Nigeria should be very concerned about what is happening in the judiciary. Not too long ago, we woke up to news that a federal high court judge assumed jurisdiction over a chieftaincy dispute. Such things, when they happen, they paint the judiciary in very bad light. So one of the things that the MB under my leadership will do to ensure the integrity of the judiciary is that we're going to hold judges accountable. When I was making my initial presentation, I did say that the Nigerian Bar Association under my leadership will institute a nationwide court monitoring system to observe what is happening in our courts. Beyond that nationwide court monitoring, we're going to follow developments in the judiciary. And whenever we see that a judge has done something that could amount to judicial misconduct, the NB under my leadership will not have any hesitation whatsoever to take up that matter, do a petition to the NJC and follow that petition to the logical conclusion to see that appropriate punishment is meted to the erring judicial officer. Because the reality is that whether we like it or not, what happens in the justice sector impacts not just the legal profession but the entire country. And that is why, as members of the bar, we must stand up at all times to hold our judges accountable. We must hold them accountable and ensure that every judge abides by the oath of office that he or she has taken. So the MB under my leadership will follow very closely events within the judiciary, and when any act or conduct that could qualify as misconduct is noted, the MBA will take it up and make sure that appropriate punishment is meted. Thank you.
Leonard Silk, please go next.
In a society where several NJC decisions leaves one bewildered, I think it will be preposterous to suggest that writing petitions to NJC will work the magic. Recently, NJC made a release and said that a certain judge gave an order he shouldn't get, that judge should not be promoted to Court of Appeal for the next 2 years. And I asked myself, if that judge is not fit for the Court of Appeal, of what good is he to the court where he sits? And so we must have short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions. The system as it is at the president does not work. This is a situation that does not allow the 5 MBA representatives on the NJC to be part of disciplinary action. A system that seems to protect more than it disciplines is unworkable. So I will propose constitutional amendment to overhaul the composition of the NJC, the appointing powers of the CJN, the chairmanship of the continued chairmanship of the CJN, of both the FJSC and NJC, and the continuing allowal of MBA representatives to be part of the disciplinary process. But above all, we must appoint the right persons to the bench. We must try to find solutions that ensure that we reduce judicial corruption to the minimum. And we must do things that does not expect our judicial officers to politicians. Yesterday, many judges and justices were sworn in, and it occurred to me that the continuing system where every judge, every justice that is sworn in struggles to have a massive social entertainment cannot but expose our judicial officers to corruption. It makes them to mingle so much with politicians. And I think that we must have a system where if judges are sworn in, it will be in a solemn private ceremony in the CJN's chambers. And if there is going to be any entertainment, it should be a private luncheon for them by the NJC. But we must take steps to cure the malady in the judiciary. We must ensure that the disciplinary powers of the NJC are transformed to an independent body that is able to exercise their powers independently and ensure that people have confidence in the ability to discipline people. Because you see, same facts, same circumstances, different results. As NBA president, I must push for reforms. I must make sure that we follow up cases where judges have been found to be corrupt, or where judgments or decisions by a judge give indication that is either the judge is corrupt or was corruptly induced or the judge is incompetent. Thank you so very much. We must all work to ensure that the judiciary works and they will eliminate corruption.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, can we keep quiet so that we can continue? Mr. Erojikwe, please go ahead.
You know, I like to think of the disease. I like to think of the disease and not the symptoms. So it is easy for lawyers in a session like this to pontificate about what you will do to members of an arm of government. It's very easy. But the reality on the ground is, what can you do? Now, when I talk about the disease, I think that the disease is not in the judiciary. The disease is actually reposed in the legal profession, in the bar itself, right? Every judge that becomes a judge is first a lawyer. Our disciplinary processes are very poor. Why is it that after 10 years, somebody is appointed a judge elsewhere in the world? We don't hear the kind of things we hear here. So the people who are going to be judges are the people in this room. And what is it that the MBA must do? We must ensure that ethical standards are taken up. Now, when it comes to relationship with judges, what is our relationship with judges? I was, up until a few weeks ago, a member of the NJC. So I've had a direct conversation about this corruption thing. And what the judges always say is, you lawyers talk about corruption in the judiciary, for instance. Who are the corrupting influences of the judges? That's the kind of conversations that we have. Now, on the immediate term, I had talked about a court monitoring scheme that we had put in place. And we had spent 18 million naira putting it in place, creating the app. That court monitoring scheme is not something that's just signed up to by the MBA. It's actually something that a number of stakeholders signed up to. And there are a number of distinguished colleagues here who were in the room when that thing was signed in. What it means is that the NJC, the Supreme Court, the Nigerian judiciary has actually endorsed that court monitoring scheme. And I think that the first thing any president of MBA will do or should do is to make sure that that scheme is enforced. And make sure that as we're enforcing it, we're telling them, you signed this communique at the end of it. You've mandated us to do it. If you don't have statistics, if you don't have data, if you don't say this person did, that person did, we cannot solve the problems of the judiciary in Nigeria. So we need to look at it from the perspective of who exactly is at fault and what is the extent, and what is the extent of the fault line. What is the contribution of the Nigerian bench to this problem? What is the contribution of the Nigerian bar to this problem? At the end of the day, bench or bar, the legal profession in Nigeria is one, and we must fight to the extent possible of the bar to deal with it. As president of the bar, I will sit in the appointments committee of the NJC. I will sit as a member of the NJC, and I will make sure that justice, equity, and fairness is enthroned.
Thank you. I'm going to start with you, Leonard Silk, Mazi. Afamusigwe. How will the NBA, under your leadership, ensure that security agencies and agents observe mutual respect between them and lawyers in the performance of their duty? We've heard cases of brutalization of lawyers, barring of phones of lawyers coming inside their institutions who come to represent their clients. So if you do become president of the bar, how will you deal with some of these issues?
Thank you. One of the problems we have is that when lawyers go to conduct their business in, say, EFCC police, they are sometimes asked to leave their phone out. And sometimes they have to stay for long hours. I think the starting point will be for NBA to have a stakeholders meeting with these law enforcement agencies. We may need to find out, have common grounds with them, and have rules of engagement developed between the NBA and some of these agencies. Now, where people are to be kept for long hours in a place, and they are not allowed access to their phone, that creates problems. But also where in an investigating environment, where lawyers may bring in their phone in the course of investigation and keep talking on their phone, it may also disrupt investigation. So I talk about 10 rules of engagement, do's and don'ts, or how lawyers who are present in these areas will have to behave. But the bottom line is that there has to be courtesy and civility both between the law enforcement agencies and the lawyers who do business in these places. We may not be able to dictate at all times what happens, but we have to insist, and insist we must, that lawyers who do business in these places are treated with dignity and are able to conduct their businesses in such a way that their businesses do not suffer while they are there. It may well be that an agreement may be reached that lawyers may use their phone in some demarcated area, away from where the questioning is taking place, away where investigation is being conducted. But we need to do an assessment of the security implications of some of the actions and how they impact negatively on the ability of lawyers to have access to their phones, to have access to material they may need, and also how to ensure that the use of these phones and the presence of the lawyers does not impede the investigation. So it is not something that somebody will tell you, I'll go there, I lead a demonstration, we'll force them to take it. That will not solve a problem. We have to constructively engage with them and find common ground on how lawyers will be able to use their phones in some of these environments without disrupting the investigation that goes on. Anything short of this may give you a one-sided solution that may in practice not work, because we must engage with the agencies, find out their different sensibilities, find out the different things, reason why they do this, and find a way that it works for both persons and allows the lawyers to do the things they need to do without, and also allowing the law enforcement agencies to carry out their businesses without the lawyer's presence or use of their phones or access to their gadgets, impeding the investigation of the cases. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Toben Arojikwe.
Remind me what the question is again.
How will the NBA, under your leadership, ensure security agencies and agents observe mutual respect between them and lawyers in the performance of their duties? For example, brutalizing lawyers, barring of phones of lawyers who come in to represent their clients. If you do become president of the bar, how will you address these issues?
So first of all, I think it's very unfortunate that we find ourselves in this sorry position. And on the immediate, I will say this. Many years ago, when this issue became very brazen, I had the privilege of sitting beside the president, and we talked about forming a Security Agencies Relations Committee, and it came to fruition. That committee is a committee we will pay special attention to. In the immediate, every Nigerian lawyer will know the framework for complaints against any issue that comes up. But again, I say that this is once again an issue of the disease and the symptom. So, if you were a policeman watching the Nigerian legal profession and you're watching the bar, and you know that the motto of the bar is the promotion of the rule of law, and you're seeing the bar complicit or derelict in the defense of that motto, how would you view them? I say one of the biggest things that has happened in our history recently was the killing of a lady called Bolanle Rahim. And when Bolanle was killed, there was uproar. Lawyers rose, we complained about it, we got judgment in favor of the deceased. But the question I ask is this: how many Nigerian citizens fall to the guns of policemen? What do we do in the defense of their human rights? If we actually promote the rule of law to that extent, do we not think that everybody would be afraid of the lawyer himself? So I say to you, corporately, we will put the interest of every Nigerian citizen on the front burner. Promotion of the rule of law, protection of human rights, those are parts of our constitution. Those are things that we must uphold, so that whether or not you're a lawyer, if there's an infraction on your rights, the MBA will take a position on it. As president of the MBA, whenever I hear of an infraction, I will take it up personally, because it's something that should not happen. Occupational hazard, in the course of your duty, policemen are harassing you. No, that should not be the case. And the framework that we're going to set up is going to be one that every Nigerian lawyer will know exactly who to report to, what to do, what to expect, what the Nigerian Bar Association will do in his favor. Are we going to go to court? Are we going to demonstrate? I think that every single thing must be on the table, as long as that issue is a front burner issue. That is my approach to it. We will look out for every Nigerian citizen. We will look out for every Nigerian lawyer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Leonard Silk, Chukwuka Ikwazo.
Thank you very much. I've had the privilege of chairing the Nigerian Bar Association Security Agencies Relations Committee in the last 1 year. And I will say to you that throughout the work that we have done, I think I've gained a very deep understanding of what the issues are. And I will explain what the issues are to you, because you cannot adopt an appropriate, competent solution without understanding what the issues are. The first issue is that a lot of our security agents still have not come out of the era of military rule. They look down on Nigerians, lawyers, all classes of people with great disdain. There was one incident that happened in Owerri. All that a lawyer needed to do to incur the wrath of an area commander was bring out his phone to take a picture. And the response was, who is this bloody civilian? So there is that attitude that needs to change. That's number one. Number two is that there are no consequences for bad behavior in Nigeria, especially within the security agencies. So even when you decide to go to court to seek redress, the matter is stuck in the court system for many years. At the end of the day, you don't get justice. You may get a judgment that you may not even be able to enforce. So the security agencies understand that even when you are not happy with their conduct, there's nothing you can do. There are no consequences for their bad behavior. That's number three. Not number two. Number three is that I will also say to you from my experience chairing this committee that our colleagues are not completely without blame. We need to behave better as lawyers. There was one incident in, I think, Kwara State, where a lawyer was sitting with a client, and the client was writing a statement. And the lawyer took his own pen and altered what the client was, the statement that the client was writing. So these are some of the issues. How are we going to deal with this issue? The MBA under my leadership will empower the MBA Security Agencies Relations Committee. I think that is one of the most important committees of the NBA. And the work of that committee cannot be reactive. It has to be proactive. That committee should continue to engage with the security agencies. So I will tell you, we have had 2 town hall meetings in Lagos and in Port Harcourt, where we brought together heads of security agencies to have a frank and honest conversation with them. And I'll tell you what has come out of those conversations. We were able to understand the points where conflicts are triggered. So they say to you that bail is free. But when you want to apply for bail, they ask you for money. If you refuse...
Please let's keep quiet. I'll start with you on this question, Mr. Tobeno. Mr. Tobeno Irojikwe. How do you intend to enforce the remuneration order across practice areas covered by the order, especially addressing compliance by lawyers, organizations, and other legal service users? And as remuneration enforcement improves, will you ensure this reflects in wages for junior lawyers too? After all, to whom much is given, much is expected.
Thank you very much. Before we talk about the remuneration order, I think that is the best question that's been asked today. And I'm happy that the second limb actually throws up one of the most controversial issues in this profession. And I think, and I will repeat it anywhere, anytime, any day, that it's a shame that we have not confronted it frontally. My view is that there's a white paper on remuneration the resolution was passed in this house to implement it. We will need to revisit again. We need to tell the story. I mean, my understanding is that we couldn't bring the punitive angle of that report into the RPC, so that where, for instance, somebody pays beyond the minimum wage, it will not be professional misconduct. But I think we have to go back to it, because you move around Nigeria, you still find people earning 16,000 naira. I think it is shameful. And because I was one of those who were in the room when the conversation about this remuneration thing started, I keep saying it, that conversation started with what lawyers are paid and employment are paid. If you take the time to read the white paper report that Mr. Shewa Bimbola led the committee on, you will be amazed at the words that were used. That report said that the committee finds conclusively that Nigerian lawyers who employ other lawyers do not pay a decent or living wage, that they do not pay payee, they do not even comply with the national minimum wage, they don't have health insurance schemes, they don't have pension schemes, and we're not talking about it as a conversation that is ongoing. I think it's one thing that I will bring back on the table straight away. Now, as far as the enforcement of the remuneration order is concerned, I think that every leader must have a strong voice about the things that truly matter. I say to every Nigerian lawyer in this room, the fact that we are having this conversation today is a reflection of who we are. What is it that is the conversation? The conversation before the House is that we have a statutory instrument that protects our fees, and we're talking about how we will enforce it. Well, I'm not even going to do the extraordinary things of saying what else we will do. I will encourage whistleblowing on this issue. Anybody that is reported to me will be immediately taken to the LPDC for prosecution on this matter, because I think that we need to stand up to be counted. The committee that's actually doing the remuneration at the moment is doing a lot in terms of conscientization, educating people, and that education must continue. But I think we need to step it up, right to every government agency, right to every potential organization that can breach the rules, and then insist that when we catch you, you will pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Chukwukai Kwazon Messian.
Thank you very much. So the way I would like to look at this issue is again to try to identify what the problem is. If you look at the first page of my manifesto, I speak to the polarization we have in the profession, the fact that we don't work together as members of the profession. So we have different types of clients. One very important set of clients are corporate clients. Most of these corporate clients have lawyers as in-house counsel. And it is some of those in-house counsel that push back on the fees that lawyers charge. Because we can have a long conversation about pricing. The truth of the matter is that a man who does not know where his next meal is going to come from is highly unlikely to leave money on the table. He will say, let me take what I can see. So we need to work together as a profession. Sensitize lawyers who are in-house. Make them understand that not paying proper wages for proper fees for work done by lawyers actually debases the profession. Once we get that out of the way and we get the buy-in of in-house counsel to do what is right, then the next thing that we have to think about is, how do we now bring our members who do not want to comply with the order into compliance? And I think that there are a lot of things that we can do, one of which is we need to mount serious advocacy using the branches, the different branches of the NBA, to explain to our colleagues that it is actually in our enlightened self-interest that we bill and get paid the proper fees for the work that we've done. Once we have done that, the NBA under my leadership will put in a surveillance system to identify people who are not complying. And when we identify them, because the rules of professional conduct 2023 actually make it clear that non-compliance with the remuneration order is professional misconduct. So when we put in place that surveillance method or system, and we find that people are not in compliance, we're going to get them to face the consequences of their non-compliance. I will now address the question of minimum recommended wages for young lawyers. And I say that it is important that whoever is going to be president, for that person to have the moral authority to push employers of lawyers to pay those minimum wages, that person should be paying it himself. Because if you're not complying, you lack the moral authority to ask anybody to comply. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please let's settle down. Afamo Sigwe SAN.
In the context of your question, remuneration has two meanings. The meaning ascribed to it under the remuneration order.
Please let's keep quiet so we can hear our candidates. Please. Please go ahead.
Two meanings. In the context of the remuneration order, remuneration there simply means fees, charges, professional fees paid to a lawyer for his services. So how do we intend to enforce that? In the course of traveling around the branches and talking about the remuneration order, in my capacity as the chairman of the MBA Remuneration Committee, I have found out and have come to the conclusion that there is great need for advocacy to enlighten our members about the provisions of the remuneration order. But above all, I've come to realize that the enlightenment is best targeted at the clients. If the clients are potential clients or consumers of our legal services, that if they're enlightened about the provisions of this order and the imperativeness of complying with it and the absence of discretion on the part of a counsel, it makes life easier for the lawyers. When the clients know that this is how a lawyer will bill them, it helps the enforcement. The other one is to continue the advocacy and encourage our members to comply and to report those who are not complying. In the second sense of the remuneration, it is in terms of salary to be paid to a lawyer. Let me say that nobody should play politics with this. Neither the MBA nor the Remuneration Committee of the Legal Profession, set up by Section 15 of the Legal Practitioners Act, gives any power to anybody to fix minimum wage. The minimum, by item 34 of the exclusive list, is the National Assembly that has powers, and it has enacted the Minimum Wage Act. If you want lawyers or the LPRC to have power to do this, the act will come up for review next year. We should act for it to be put there. But let me also say this: let none of us give false hope to young lawyers that they will be paid what they have been paid in their law firms. All law firms do not have the same capacity. Let's not give them false hope. More than 70% of young lawyers are out of employment. They are not even talking about remuneration. They are talking about survival. We should talk about protecting the legal services industry so that they can have something to do. We should talk about what the small law firms can do to pay. Let us not give them hope that because our big law firms can pay well, they too should be paid like that. Who will pay them? Where is the job? We should let them know that they can charge better, so that with or without job, if they're able to get a brief, they can charge enough to sustain them. My law firm pays well, and I'm an employer. And they say I'm the only employer among the candidates. So I know what it means to pay people well. But let's not give them false hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please let's settle down. Thank you. Thank you. Please let's settle down. Please let's settle down. Please, can we keep quiet so the debate can continue? We have just one final question. Please sit down, just one more question. And the final question is this. How do you intend to address the dichotomy between legal education from the universities to the law school and continuing legal education post-qualification for lawyers in a way that our learning friends are effectively prepared as they transit to become our learned colleagues? Please keep quiet so our candidates can hear us. How do you intend to address the dichotomy between legal education from the universities to the law school and then continuing legal education post-qualification for lawyers in a way that our learning friends from the universities are effectively prepared as they transit to become our learned colleagues? Do we understand the question?
Yeah.
I'll start
Please,
with you.
Please repeat the second part of the question.
How do you intend to address the dichotomy between legal education from the universities to the law school and continuing legal education post-qualification for lawyers in a way that our learning friends from the universities are effectively prepared as they transit to become our learned colleagues? Chukwuka Ikwazom.
Thank you very much. I feel that I am competent to speak to this issue because my first legal education was in Nigeria. I acquired further legal education outside of Nigeria. And one thing I can tell you is that legal education in Nigeria, both at the university level and at the law school, is not fit for purpose. The emphasis when we do legal education in Nigeria is on the ability to commit stuff to memory. So you commit a lot of stuff to memory, you bring it out, and you get a good grade. Now, when I was at Columbia University, almost all the exams that I wrote were open book exams or take-home exams. Nobody was testing your ability to commit stuff to memory. What was being tested was your ability to apply legal principles to real-life situations. So I remember my taxation class. One of the questions was a live case before the Supreme Court of the US. They were not really looking for the right or wrong answer. What they wanted was to test your ability to apply principles that you have been taught to real-life situations. So we need to overhaul the legal education system in Nigeria. And that takes me to the great work that the committee that was chaired by Chief Anthony Digwe did. This was a committee that was appointed by A.B. Mahmoud as president. They came up with a legal profession regulation bill. Very comprehensive. You need to take time to read the portions of that bill that relate to legal education in Nigeria. Unfortunately, that bill has not seen the light of day. So one of the things that I said in my manifesto is that if by the grace of God I'm elected the president of the NBA, I'm going to deploy the full force of the office of president to ensure that that bill is passed. If there are controversial provisions in that bill, we can take them out. We can take those controversial provisions out. But there are useful proposals in that bill that I believe that if enacted into law and implemented, will go a long way in addressing not just the issues we have with legal education, but also the wider issues we have within the profession. And just to speak to continuing legal education, you know, like I said, currently, our legal education does not prepare lawyers for what they actually meet. Some of the soft skills that you need to survive as a lawyer or succeed as a lawyer, nobody teaches you. So that is why until we're able to overhaul the legal education process in Nigeria, we have to focus on continuing legal education to teach people some of those things that they have not been taught at the law school, including things like client management, business development, personal branding, and what have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Afam Osigwe, SAN.
I don't want to talk about the dichotomy, please. But I want to say that the content of our legal education has two fatal flaws. One, it produces lawyers or law students or graduates who are not allowed to think independently, but only to cram, to pass. It produces people who see themselves only fit enough for employment, not for entrepreneurship. It kills innovation. And so your lecturer is bold to tell you, if you don't give me what I teach you, you fail. It doesn't matter whether what he has taught is wrong. And the law school has not also helped by being procedural and also encouraging rote learning. And I think we should overhaul our legal education. And I think we should allow our legal education, whether at the law school or at the undergraduate level, to be capable of producing persons who can think on their feet, who are ideas persons, who are problem solvers, not crammers. We should incorporate entrepreneurship into our teaching. I'm unable to agree that the legal education regulation bill will cure this problem. The content of the curriculum, the attitude of the lecturers in thinking that they are lord of the manor, that the student has nothing to say and has nothing to offer, that the student should only tell them and have no independence of opinion. And if you go to research outside of what you have been taught, you fail. I've never seen an education system that punishes you for resourcefulness. We must wake up. Our people cannot compete with the type of teaching we are giving them. And that's why you see so many first-class graduates. They are very good at cramming. They are not able to manage them. Some of them lack managerial and entrepreneurial skill. They display knowledge but can't run a business. We must also look at our continued professional development. We must have such continued professional development that allows you to train at your own pace. MBA must have an ICLE platform that allows you to choose a topic you want to be trained on and certifies you at the end of it, tests you, not the one you sign in and go away and still get a certificate for participation. We must make it result-oriented. We must ensure that we produce lawyers that can compete not only in Nigeria, but in other places. My co-contestants are luckier than I. I'm only licensed here. If things go wrong here, I'm messed up, they can run away to the other jurisdiction to practice. I can't. So I have an interest in ensuring that Nigeria works, that we overhaul our legal education to ensure that we produce the right kind of lawyers that are fit for purpose and fit for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's keep the noise down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's keep the noise down.
I mean, one of the things that one enjoys about.
Please, can we keep quiet so we can hear the candidates? Please go ahead.
One of the things that one enjoys about this profession is the conviviality and the ability to punch each other. Yes, I'm not just qualified to practice outside Nigeria. I'm a British citizen. I was born in England, but I choose to live in Nigeria, which is a higher standard. So now let's now go into the topic, that the question that was raised. I thought the last question was the best, but I actually think that this one is absolutely the best. And why do I say this? During the Legal Education Summit that took place some 3 years ago, Professor Ernesto Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, made a statement that struck me. And it's not something I'm going to forget in a hurry. He said that professional associations, especially bar associations, live for two things and two things alone. Do I have your protection, Shola?
Go ahead. Please go ahead. Please, let's keep quiet so we can hear our candidates.
So, and what are the two things that professional associations like bar associations live for? It is the training of would-be members of the profession and the retraining of members, right? So it's a composite thing, it's a composite area, and we must have a comprehensive regime for training and retraining. Now, when you talk about the pedagogy or the way we teach in schools, it is madness. It is motopark education. First of all, you graduate 5,000 lawyers from the law school every year. You get into a hall like this, and this is where 1,000 students have their tutorials. Even if the intention is to teach them to think in a way that exhibits their aptitude, you cannot achieve it. So there's a reason why we have 16 members as members of the Council of Legal Education. We need to rethink our curriculum. We need to rethink especially the manner in which we teach. But also, we need to rethink post-qualification education training in Nigeria. In a place like England, you qualify, you finish your studies, your BVc as to become a barrister. You have a pupillage system. Is there in South Africa? Is there in Tanzania? Is there most places in the world? You finish as a solicitor, you have a 2-year training contract. In Nigeria and under the Nigerian Bar Association system, we don't have pupillages, because how does it work really in practice? You leave school, everybody knows that it's theory that you've learned. You come into the world and you then learn from the masters in the field. And most importantly, you do continuing professional development. I hear my brother talk about people logging in and logging out. Well, even if you have a learning management system, I will log in and I will log out. The most important thing is that you must have a regime. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And so we've exhausted our questions for our presidential candidates, and I'm going to give them 2 minutes each to round up to give us their closing remarks. So I'll start with you, Mr. Erojikwe, closing remarks.
First of all, I want to thank all of you, my colleagues, for the way we've run this election so far. I want to thank my supporters for their maturity, for engaging in the process, and for making the process truly issues-based. And I hope that this will continue to the end of the process. What I will say to all of you is this: I am not a man who presumes to know everything. I am a man who says what he means. I am a man of character. I am someone who wants to lead the Nigerian Bar Association. But the Nigerian Bar Association is not a notional organization for me. It is about the people. It's about the members of the bar. I do not have too much to say, but I will say to you, look at my track record. Look at what I have done in the bar today. A reality that everybody sees with almost nothing, but creativity. 90% of the work we've done over the 8 years that I've been involved in continuing professional development, in my personal capacity, funding continuing professional development activity, as chairman of the CLE committee of the Lagos branch over a 4-year period, doing all the trainings at no cost to any member of the bar and cost neutral to the branch, taking over a moribund institution and showing the leadership that has given rise to many volunteers and all sorts of people who have come together to say that we must change the narrative in our profession. I ask you all to give me the opportunity to lead this association, to bring international best practices to play, to bring probity to play, and to bring character and a new thinking for the Nigerian Bar Association. I thank you all for having listened to me today. I hope that people go home and internalize some of the things that they have heard. I ask everybody in this room to think about the future of this profession, to contribute to the future of this profession, and to contribute their ideas to me even as I move towards the presidency of the bar. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Afam Osigwe, SAN.
To the glory of God, it's been an opportunity of a lifetime, a privilege to stand before you here this day to tell you why I want to lead the bar, why I should be entrusted with the leadership of the NBA. It's been a privilege of a lifetime to seek to give to a profession that has been so good to me, that has trained me in leadership and prepared me for the aspiration which I presently embarked on. And I stand here today and make a solemn vow that if it pleases God and it pleases the majority of lawyers that I'm elected a president, that you shall never regret the day you give me your mandate. That if whatever I've told you I will do, I will do. That in all the positions I've been given, I've done my best to give back to the NBA. And I shall continue to serve the bar. And that I shall continue to stand for a bar that identifies problems, anticipates challenges, and delivers solutions that work for all of us. We are from divergent backgrounds, and the bar must stand together to speak with one voice. And the bar must be the strong voice of the legal profession. And it needs a visionary and dynamic leadership, which at the moment I alone can provide. And I assure you that MBA under my watch shall meet all the yearnings and aspirations of lawyers. And wherever you walk, MBA shall be there for you. We shall protect you. We shall be true and bear true fidelity to the motto of MBA, which is promoting the rule of law. The society shall be proud to have a bar association like ours. And with your vote and your mandate, we shall stand for that which the society expects of us, and we cannot do nothing but that which we are promised to do. And MBA shall be the pride of our nation, the pride of our legal practitioners, and we must move for a better society, a society in which all lawyers will be able to hold their head high and say, this is my association, I am proud I voted for this leadership to make for a better Nigeria, to make for a better tomorrow. Please give me your vote. Let me be the next president of the MBA to continue the good works that all the successive presidents of the MBA has done. Thank you so very much. Vote for me, vote for me, vote for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, we have one more candidate who is yet to speak. Please, can we keep quiet so we can hear the last candidate speak to us? Chukwuka Ikwazom, SAN. Final remarks.
Thank you very much. 7 years ago, precisely in 2017, I went to members of my branch and I asked them for their vote to be the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. I had nothing in terms of track record to show, but I guess members of my branch saw the passion in me and the sincerity of my purpose, and then trusted me with the leadership of the largest branch of the NBA. What drove me to seek the leadership of my branch was a challenge that a senior lawyer had given to me when I was complaining to him that the bar was not working. And he looked me in the face and said, Chuka, who the hell is the bar? If you are grieved about what is going on, get involved and drive the change that you like to see. Today, I come before you Nigerian lawyers to ask you to entrust the leadership of the Nigerian Bar Association to me. I have a track record of service to the NBA. Every position that I've been asked to serve in, I have served to the best of my ability. Most members of my branch believe that I served the branch as chairman with excellence. Only last Christmas, during the annual dinner, my branch honored me with a Distinguished Service Award in recognition of the services that I've rendered to the bar over the years. I promise you today that if you elect me your president, I will not give you any reason to regret electing me. I will work every day, every night to make sure that I leave the legal profession better than I met it. I urge you all to support me on the 20th of July. Give me your vote and I will not disappoint you. Thank you very much.
Leonard Silks in the room. Leonard, please can we keep quiet? Mr. President of the NBA, members of the ECNBA, Learned Silks in the room, Learned Seniors, colleagues here and online, your candidates for the office of President of the Nigerian Bar Association. Gentlemen, please take a bow. Chairman of the ECNBA, please join us for the photographs. Members of the ECNBA. Members of the ECNBA, please.
Hello. Hello, thank you. Please let's have some. Our distinguished colleagues, please let me lend us your ears for a moment. Make you somebody to shield me from. Well, let me use this opportunity to thank the ECNBA for organizing this event. My gratitude goes to each and every member of the ECNBA, led by Oluwaseun Abibola, Senior Advocate. I thank you so much for the sacrifice. I thank you for the time. It's evident that this planning was done painstakingly, and I appreciate your service to the bar. And also to thank Shola for anchoring this event. Thank you so very much. We also appreciate all our colleagues that have turned up for this event. We thank you for the support that you have shown for all the candidates that are here. One thing that we have committed to is a free, fair, credible, and all-inclusive election. And I have no doubt in my mind that the ECNBA is ably positioned and equipped to deliver on that promise. I am lucky that those who are seeking to succeed me in this office of the president are three brothers from the same village looking for this office. And so it is something that is remarkable for me, because the one who is going to be the successor to me would be one of the three brothers. And so I'd like to say to the three candidates, continue to show that brotherliness to yourselves, because we have more time beyond the 2 years that any one of you would occupy this office to live together as brothers. So thank you so very much. God bless you all. I wish the Nigerian Bar Association success in all our endeavors as we go ahead to continue to support our nation, provide direction to our nation, and advance the cause of this country. Thank you so very much.
Gentlemen, let me just for 2 minutes, make a few closing remarks. First of all, I'd like to appreciate all the candidates, those on stage and all the candidates out there for turning up and for giving a good account of their vision. When we started issuing guidelines, we insisted campaigns and your messages should be issue-based. And I think from what all the candidates have said or presented to us today, it was all issue-based. And the same collaboration we have received from all of you as members is what we require to the very end. I must commend all the candidates for all the candor they have demonstrated in the course of their campaigns and even this afternoon. We only have about a week to go, and I want to encourage all of us to keep faith with the process as we go to the end game. Let me again remind us that elections hold 20th of July, and it starts from midnight and then runs till 11:59 p.m. Tomorrow we have a stakeholders meeting with all the candidates. I encourage all the candidates to be around so that we can cross the T's, dot the I's, and answer your questions. It has been a long journey of many months, but it's been a pleasure, a privilege to be put in this position with all our members of the ECMBA who have worked tirelessly thus far and will continue. As we depart, all of us as members, let us go with that same message of what you have heard today and keep the campaign issue-based. Like I always say, we do not belong to different political parties. We all belong to the same party called the MBA. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For our candidates, please be informed that the stakeholders meeting will be holding here tomorrow. For our candidates, the stakeholders meeting will be holding here tomorrow at the same time, 11 o'clock.
The Nigerian Bar Association election for the year 2024 is around the corner. In order to vote during this election, your name must be on the final voter register published by the ECMBA. Details for voting will be sent to the email and phone number attached to your profile on the ECMBA final voters register. To vote, all you need is a web